Chapter 2171. It was the middle of the night, and it was an eventful season. Most of the shops were closed. However, the underworld was the opposite of the other realms. The later it was, the livelier it was. Ning Xuema went to the market in the underworld this time. The underworld was dark all year round, and it rained from time to time. Therefore, the abnormal weather in the six realms did not affect the people in the underworld. Even the strange red rain was like normal rain in the underworld. It was not destructive. Red lanterns were hung high on the streets, and the people were surging. At first glance, one would think that they had arrived at a famous ghost street in the capital. Recently, Ning Xuema's name was very ostentatious. Even her appearance was known throughout the six realms. She only wanted to buy a few toys for her son this time. She did not want to attract attention, so she changed her appearance and became a young man in a green robe. She could not change the snowflake-shaped cinnabar mole on her forehead, so she changed it into an ordinary round shape. In this way, she wandered around the streets twice and did not attract anyone's attention. She especially visited toy shops, probably because the underworld was full of yin energy all year round. Most of the things sold were colorful and colorful. The cloth dolls sold were either flirtatious or strange. They looked a little like the dolls burned for the dead in the human world. It was a little eerie. Although her son was brave, Ning Xuema did not want to buy a ghost doll to accompany him. It was better to find something that looked more sunny. She went to several famous shops in the underworld, but she did not find a suitable one. She was disappointed. Maybe the style of the underworld was like this? It seemed that she was destined to go home empty-handed tonight. She should take some time tomorrow to look at other places. She did not buy a suitable toy for her son, but she accidentally heard a piece of gossip. Recently, the underworld was relatively peaceful compared to the other five realms. However, there was a disturbance recently. Children often went missing in the city. It was said that the first ones to go missing were the homeless children on the streets. The underworld was poor, so there were many homeless children. The disappearance of a few homeless children did not attract attention at all. People just felt that there were fewer homeless children on the streets recently. They could not see them all the time, but no one cared. It was not until a few days ago that children from normal families began to go missing that people started to notice. The parents of the children who went missing reported it to the authorities. The authorities also sent out officers to search everywhere, but there was no news. Those children went missing completely, and not even a piece of their clothes could be found. Until now, 8 children from normal families had gone missing, not counting the homeless children. While Ning Xuema was wandering around the main street, she coincidentally bumped into a mother who was crazily looking for her child all over the street. She was calling out her child's nickname, and her voice had almost changed pitch. And Ning Xuema heard the gossip. And the parents of the day, of course, of the children of the day, and the of the day, they would come out to look for their children to eat, and of the month of the day. But recently, after the news of the children disappearing frequently spread, the adults no longer dared to let the children out to play. Even if they insisted on going out, the adults would follow them. Just now, the mother who was looking for her child was in the same situation. Her child was used to running around outside. These few days, he was so uncomfortable at home that he insisted on coming out. Chapter 2172. As a mother, she had no choice but to take him out. They just walked around the street and looked at some beautiful jewelry. When she turned around, she found that her 5-year-old son was gone. Ning Xuema frowned slightly. She was also the mother of a child. She could empathize with the pain of losing a child. She hated human traffickers the most in her life. In modern times, she usually killed one whenever she saw one. This time, she just wanted to buy some toys for her son. She didn't expect to encounter such a case. This case was a bit strange. Although human traffickers had existed since ancient times, the underworld was different from other worlds. There was no such concept as men were superior to women. There were 3 kinds of unfilial, and having no children was the worst. So, there were very few people who sold children. Even if there were human traffickers, they mostly liked to sell women. Now, there were only 2 possibilities for a city to suddenly lose so many children in such a short time. First, a group of human traffickers was rampant. They stole the children and sold them to other worlds. Second, someone wanted to use the children to practice some evil martial arts. But the first possibility was not very likely. Because the children of the underworld had a body, it was not suitable for them to marry people from other worlds. They had no children after marriage. No one from other worlds was willing to buy the children of the underworld. Even if the children of the underworld were sold, no one would buy them. So, there was only the second possibility left. Ning Xuema's heart suddenly beat wildly. Luo Jiuchen was practicing a kind of evil martial arts now, and his whereabouts had been a mystery recently. She had sent out so many spies, but no one had found him since he was hiding now. It meant that his evil martial arts had not really been completed. He was still practicing it. So, was the sudden loss of so many children in the underworld related to him? She was standing there thinking. Then, she heard a tinkling sound from afar. The sound was crisp, sweet, and as beautiful as the sound of nature. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw a child running over with a hop and a skip. Ning Xuema's eyes lit up. The child was holding a doll in his hand. This doll was different from the style of the netherworld. It was carved out of white jade and was about the size of a 3-week-old baby. It had smiling eyes and looked as festive as the Methriel Buddha. There was a silver bell hanging from the white jade baby's arm and neck. As the baby ran, the silver bell jingled. Her son would definitely like this kind of doll. Ning Xuemo remembered her purpose for coming here. Her heart was filled with joy. She immediately stopped the child and asked him where he bought the white jade doll from. The child pointed at the end of the street. There's a newly opened jade shop there. There are many dolls in there, all kinds of them, and they're all very cheap. Ning Xuemo was overjoyed and walked in the direction the child was pointing. Xiaobao, run slower. A woman ran over from the other end of the street and caught up with the child. She reprimanded him unhappily. Be careful not to be kidnapped. The child giggled. How could she let her mother hold her hand? She ran forward like a wisp of smoke. No one kidnapped me. I won't be bored if I have this doll with me. The mother and daughter gradually went away. Ning Xuan naturally heard the movement behind her. She couldn't help but shake her head. It seemed that there were still many children who liked dolls, regardless of gender. Her son was not an exception. She finally found a shop. The shop was not big and looked very inconspicuous among the rows of shops around it. Chapter 2173. Ning Xuemo walked in and discovered that the interior was filled with white jade dolls. These dolls were of different shapes and sizes, but each one was exquisitely carved and lifelike. Under the illumination of the lantern light, each one of them appeared as round as pearls and smooth as jade, making people want to hug and kiss them. Ning Xuemo fell in love with these dolls as soon as she saw them. The boss sitting behind the counter was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He looked listless, but when he saw a customer coming in, he cheered up a little. Ning Xuemo looked around the shop. The decoration inside was quite shabby. Other than the wooden shelves that held the white jade dolls, everything else was very inconspicuous. This showed how poor the boss of this shop was. Ning Xuemo picked up a jade doll and looked at it carefully. This jade was a little strange. It was not like any jade she had seen before. There was a light pink in the snow-white jade. It felt warm and moist in her hand, like the skin of a baby. It was very comfortable. These jade dolls had silver bells hanging on them, and each of them could make a different sound. When they were shaken, the silver bells would make a crisp, tinkling sound, which was breathtaking. Ning Xuemo asked about the price. The boss rolled his eyes and looked at Ning Xuemo. He stretched out 2 fingers and said, 200 taels for one. Ning Xuemo raised her eyebrows. Boss, do you sell by looking at people? Just now, a child bought one here. It was only 20 copper coins. The boss lowered his eyelids again. I sell goods to people who are fated. In my shop, it is only 20 copper coins for a child and 200 taels for an adult. To think that he was really someone who sold goods by looking at people, and even said it so openly. He was a very proud and artistic boss. Ning Xuemo played with a doll and asked casually, these dolls are beautifully carved. 200 taels for one is not expensive. Is this your own craftsmanship? The boss looked dispirited, but he was too lazy to talk. So what if it is beautiful? Not many people in this place can recognize it. Do you want to buy it or not? If you don't want to buy it, then get out. He actually gave the order to leave. No wonder the shop was so quiet. It turned out that the boss had a weird personality. Since I've chosen them, of course I'll buy them. Ning Shuima chose 2 dolls. I'll take these 2. She placed them on the counter. Help me wrap them up. However, the boss didn't move. Each person can only buy 1. Ning Shuima, what a weird boss. Boss, I have 2 babies at home. At least 1 for each of us, right? Ning Shuima bargained with him. The boss did not give in at all. Adults can only buy 1. You can let the 2 children do it themselves, then I'll give you 1 for free. Ning Shuima, what a weird boss and weird rules. Ning Shuima had no choice but to give up 1 and ask him to pack only 1. Boss, how many dolls have you sold? Ning Shuima asked casually. The boss took the doll and took out a carving knife. He looked up at Ning Shuima and asked, how old is your child? How many months and days has he been born? Ning Shuima raised her eyebrows. Boss, why are you asking this? The boss said, isn't it more sincere to carve his birthday? Your child will like it more. This reason sounded very reasonable. Ning Shuima casually told him a date. The boss carved the date of birth on the back of the white jade doll with a carving knife. Then, he put the doll into a wooden box and wrapped it up. Chapter 2174. Sure enough, the shopkeeper used a carving knife to carve the birth characters on the back of the white jade doll. Then, he put the doll into a wooden box and wrapped it up properly. This doll has spiritual energy. After I carve the characters on it, the spiritual energy will be even more abundant. It's best for the child to open it and play with it. He handed the box to Ning Shuima. This set of words was very similar to those magical tools that were bought from magical tool shops. Monks and Taoists would say a few words, and then they would be considered to have been blessed. Ning Shuima picked up the box, turned around, and walked out. The habits of the underworld were similar to those of the legendary vampires. Whenever the sun rose, it was time for them to rest. The red lanterns on Ghost Street were extinguished one by one. The red lanterns of the Jade Shop were also extinguished. The door of the Jade Shop was also closed. Although the sun did not rise, it was still daytime. There were no more bustling people on the street. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people would pass by in a hurry. The whole city seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. It was very quiet. Ning Shuima actually did not go far. She had been patiently hiding in the dark, observing the shop. In total, 4 children entered the shop. Without exception, they all carried out a white jade doll. Other than the 4 children and the 4 parents accompanying them, no one else entered or left the shop. After the sun rose, the Jade Shop closed for business. Ning Shuima did not notice anything strange. It seemed that her previous suspicions were unnecessary. Strange. Was the shop really a normal shop? Ning Shuima took the white jade doll out of the box. Under the sunlight, the doll smiled innocently. The white jade was dizzy, and there was nothing strange about it. She had already turned the doll over and over several times, but she did not see anything wrong with it. With her martial arts, even if there was a trace of evil energy on it, she would still be able to sense it. Was she thinking too much? Ning Shuima thought about it. She simply turned invisible and went through the wall to enter the shop. The shop was very quiet. The dolls on the shelves stood there quietly. She went to the back and saw a gloomy wooden coffin. The lid of the coffin was half open, and there was snoring sound coming from inside. Looking inside, he saw the weird shop owner sleeping there. He had obviously fallen asleep. 9 out of 10 people from the underworld liked to sleep in coffins, so Ning Shuima didn't find it strange. She shook her head. It seemed that she was overthinking things. She thought that the dolls in this shop were related to the case of the children in the underworld. She flashed out of the room and looked at the dolls on the shelf. She found another one that she had taken a liking to and put it in her arms without hesitation. Because she had her suspicions, the doll she bought did not have her son's birth characters carved on it, but her own. It was the day when she was reborn in this continent. Since there was nothing strange about this doll, she decided to buy a new one for her son. Of course, she still abided by the rules of business. Before she left, she threw another 200 taels of silver on the counter. Not long after she went out, the boss in the coffin suddenly sat up slowly. He He looked in the direction of the outer room and raised the corner of his lips, revealing a rather evil smile. Originally, he was born with an ordinary face. He was the kind that could not be found in a crowd. However, under this smile, there was a kind of romantic and elegant feeling. He stood up from the coffin and stepped out. His body was slightly stiff, but after moving a few times, he returned to normal. He sighed softly. This skin is really uncomfortable to wear. Chapter 2175. As he spoke, he raised his hand and moved the coffin aside. There was another coffin underneath. However, this coffin was yellow in color, which was the same color as the ground. It was buried underground. If he didn't move the coffin above, he wouldn't be able to find the coffin below. The shop owner looked down at the person sleeping in the coffin and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his body withered and fell to the ground. The person in the coffin slowly opened her eyes and stood up gracefully. She stretched her arms and legs, and her long eyelashes fluttered. My own body is still more comfortable. His features were elegant, and his purple robes were like the first rays of sunlight. Astonishingly, he was the person Ning Xiaoma couldn't find, Luo Jiuchen. He stepped out of the coffin and pressed the coffin above it back down. Then, he put the shop owner's body back into the coffin. He did this skillfully. Apparently, it wasn't his first time doing this. He walked out of the shop and looked at the dolls on the shelf. He smiled silently. He picked up the 200 taels of silver on the table and sniffed it. It was as if he was smelling something he liked. After a long time, he opened his eyes and kissed the silver. Little Xiaoma, I really like you, but you always want to kill me. It's so sad when I think about it. Although Ning Xiaoma had used a technique to change her appearance, she could only fool an average person. If she wanted to fool an extremely important person like him, it would be very difficult. Little Xiaoma, you'll be mine sooner or later. Since you're a devil, then I'll accompany you in becoming a devil. We should be a real couple. There will be a time when we meet normally, but now is not the time. He muttered softly. He smiled again and used a spell to draw an array formation on the ground. He sat in the middle of the array formation and made a hand seal to chant an incantation. After a long time, there was a soft knock on the door. He stood up with a smile and opened the door. Outside the door, a 6 or 7-year-old boy was standing, looking at him with a blank expression. Good boy, come in. His voice was gentle. He held the boy's little hand and walked into the shop. The door of the shop closed automatically, and a gust of wind blew along the path the child had taken, leaving no trace behind. Even the hounds with the best sense of smell would not be able to find this place based on the scent of a child. A moment later, a strange groan came from the shop, as if the owner was in extreme pain but couldn't make a sound because his throat was cut. A moment later, the shop returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Inside the shop, a faint black smoke came out from the crack of the door and then disappeared. When Ning Xiaoma returned to Mo Palace, the sky was already bright. She first went to check on the child and found that the little fellow had already woken up. Unexpectedly, he did not wait for anyone to urge him and was earnestly copying the book. It was unusually worry-free. She pinched the white jade doll in her arms. She originally wanted to give it to her son, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. I'll give it to him 2 days later as a reward for his hard work in copying books. She stood outside the window and watched for a while. Baize happily reported to her. Little Master woke up in the middle of the night to copy books. He is so hard-working. Ning Xiaoma looked at her son's thin arms and legs. He was too thin before, and until now, he still hadn't recovered. There was not much meat on his body. She thought for a while and turned to the kitchen. Chapter 2176. While little Nianma was busy copying, he suddenly smelled the fragrance of food. He looked up and saw his mother walking in with a tray. There was a bowl of fragrant porridge and a few delicious dishes on the tray. As he was punished, he was still a little angry. He pursed his lips and continued to write without looking up. Was the little guy angry with her? Ning Xiaoma was a little amused. Her son had always been very considerate, and this was the first time he was angry with her. Ning Xiaoma wanted to hold the little guy in her arms and coax him, but a loving mother would only spoil her son. Since he was being punished, she did not want to coax him. Therefore, She put the food on the table and said calmly, "Eat first. You can right after you are full." "I'm not hungry." Little Nianma's voice was stiff, and he still did not look up. Oh, the little guy was still stubborn with her. Ning Xuan looked at the side of his face and was in a trance. Her son looked a little like his father when he was young. Ning Xuan thought of the 9 Supremes in the Tianshu Mountain. The past was like smoke, and it felt like a lifetime ago. The familiar tingling in her heart rose again, and her eyes were wet. She shook her head to stop herself from thinking about it. She wanted to talk to her son, but now the 6 realms were in an eventful period. There were too many things to be done. She had been sleeping in the middle of the night for the past few days, and she was already tired. In addition, she had been running around in the underworld for the whole night. At this moment, she felt even more tired and wanted to go back for a little rest. She did not say anything but turned and walked out. Little Nianma was stunned. He thought that his mother would coax him when he was angry. He did not expect that she would just turn and leave. He pouted and wondered if his mother did not love him anymore. He looked at the food on the table and frowned. Because of the grievance in his heart, he was not hungry. Little Nianma was quite picky when it came to food. If it was not to his taste, he would rather not eat it. The dishes on the table were not to his taste. Only the porridge smelled better, but it was not necessary to eat it. He thought about it and decided not to eat it. He called for Bai Zhe, who was outside, and asked him to take the food away, saying that it was inconvenient for the smell of books to be mixed with the smell of rice. Bai Zhe frowned. "Young master, the Devil Lord personally, well, I know that she sent it here personally, but I have no appetite." Little Nianma argued, and then put the tray in Bai Zhe's hand. "Have you not eaten yet? I'll give it to you." Bai Zhe, the little fellow was very determined. Bai Zhe didn't want to waste the food, so he had to take the food out. He ate a few mouthfuls and vaguely felt that something was wrong. The dishes were fine, but the porridge seemed to have a sweet and fishy smell. He didn't think too much about it and finished the porridge and dishes. Among the 8 great divine beasts, the tongue snake was a famous chef. These days, the young master and the demon lord's meals were all cooked by him. When Soaring Snake came to change shifts, Bai Zhe half teased it. "Your cooking skills seem to have deteriorated. The porridge that the Devil Lord sent over just now reeked of blood, and the dishes tasted a little salty." The tongue snake shushed him. "I didn't cook the food. The Devil Lord cooked it herself. She said that her son was too thin, so she wanted to add some nutrition to him. She seemed to have used some of her own blood. You don't know that the Devil Lord is omnipotent, but when it comes to cooking, she has no talent. It took her more than 2 hours to make these dishes and porridge. She even had to redo them once to make them like this, but they still taste bloody and a little salty." Chapter 2177. Bai Zhe was speechless. He knew that the Devil Lord's flesh had always been the best tonic, but he did not expect that. What should he do now that the porridge had gone into his stomach? The flying serpent suddenly thought of something. "Hey, how did you know that the porridge had the smell of blood? Did the food taste salty? Did you lick the plate?" Bai Zhe glared at him. "You are the one who licked the plate. You are the one who licked the plate." The flying serpent was speechless. Bai Zhe ignored the flying serpent's confused face and only said, "Go and prepare another serving. The young master will be hungry later." The little guy was still growing, so it was better for him to eat more nutritious food. The flying serpent was there to take over his shift. He looked at Bai Zhe and said, "Aren't you tired after staying up all night? I am here to replace you." Bai Zhe said with a rough voice, "Go and prepare the food. I don't need you to replace me. Staying up all night is nothing. Our Devil Lord stayed up even longer. She has been very busy these days, and she did not sleep at all last night." He turned around and saw little Nianma standing at the door, looking at them with his eyes wide open. Did Mother cook the food herself? The flying serpent looked at Bai Zhe and then at little Nianma. He nodded carefully and said, "Yes." "Did she not sleep last night? Was it a meeting?" Little Nianma continued to ask. Bai Zhe shook his head. "I'm not sure. The Devil Lord wanted to stay here last night to guard you, but she suddenly remembered something and came out again. She asked me to guard you while she went out of the palace. She only came back this morning and came here directly." "Hey, young master, where are you going?" Little Nianma had already run away. "I'm going to see my mother." Little Nianma ran to the Devil Lord's bedroom and saw Ning Xiuma and General Manager Heimu walking out together. Something must have happened outside. Both head steward Heimu and his mother had grave expressions on their faces. His mother was probably very tired. Her eyes were bloodshot. Both of them were in a hurry, so they did not see little Nianma hiding in the bushes. Soon, they were far away. Little Nianma, who was behind them, only heard a few words. Was there anything unusual when the Celestial Emperor went missing? Didn't he have 8 strong guard around him? That's what's strange. The Celestial Arch disappeared from his own palace, and I didn't hear any signs of him struggling. The experts around him thought that he had finally fallen asleep. I'm afraid it's Luo Jiuchen again. Quickly send someone to the Celestial World to investigate. Is there any news from Yi Tianli? No, the enemy is in the dark, while I am in the light. If Luo Jiuchen wants to hide, it won't be easy to find him. Ning Xiuma seemed to think of something. By the way, Heimu sent someone to the underworld today to investigate. Recently, the underworld has been losing children frequently. Perhaps it has something to do with Luo Jiuchen's evil arts. The two of them discussed as they left. Little Nianma came out from the bushes and pursed his lips. He was afraid that Mother would only sleep for a short while before she woke up to deal with so many things. She would be so busy that her feet wouldn't touch the ground. He still failed to live up to his mother's good intentions. Little Nianma felt a little guilty. Without hesitation, he ran back to the study room to copy the book. At night, Ning Xiuma finished dealing with the matters at hand. It was already midnight. First, she went to see her son. When she saw that he had already gone to bed, she was relieved. She did not want to disturb her son's sleep, so she went back to her own bedroom. She was so tired that she did not even have the energy to cast a cleaning spell. She climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. Perhaps it was because she had been staying up late recently, so she was particularly easy to get tired. Chapter 2178. Perhaps it was because she had been staying up late recently, but she was particularly tired, especially today when she almost fell asleep during the meeting in the hall. Her mind was blank. She was sleeping so soundly that she did not notice the 2 white jade dolls that she put in the storage space slowly slid out. Right next to her pillow, one of them was glowing faintly as if the doll was smiling. As for the other doll, it was the same as usual. There was nothing unusual about it. The next day, when Ning Xiuma woke up, she only felt that her head was buzzing. She was still tired after a good night's sleep. She looked in the mirror and saw the dark circles under her eyes. She could not help but rub her eyebrows. She was indeed too tired these days. However, there was no other way. Luo Jiuchen was obviously practicing evil magic. She had to find him before he finished practicing and seal him. Yes, she could only seal him. Without the poison of heavenly water, she could not kill him at all. However, she still lacked 2 pills to make the poison of heavenly water. These 2 pills were extremely difficult to find. She secretly sent people to ask all the well-known pharmacists in the 6 worlds, but they all said that they had never heard of it. It seemed that these 2 pills were not in the Celestial Devil Continent. Unfortunately, the Celestial Devil Continent was a dead land. People could only enter but not leave. The people in the Celestial Devil Continent could not leave at all. Therefore, she did not think about the poison of heavenly water for the time being. Fortunately, she knew how to activate the bell of Heaven Dao. When the time came, she would find a way to seal Luo Jiuchen. She had a vague feeling in her heart. If she did not get rid of Luo Jiuchen soon, she was afraid that the 6 worlds would be in a bloodbath again. Perhaps it would be worse than the Purple Evil Disaster 50,000 years ago. The Purple Evil Disaster 50,000 years ago was the result of Miao Fan practicing the evil magic taught by Luo Jiuchen. Miao Fan, who was originally an ordinary person, became so powerful after using the evil magic. If Luo Jiuchen directly practiced it by himself, Ning Xiuma almost did not dare to think about the consequences. Perhaps she should take the initiative. However, how could she make Luo Jiuchen show up? This was a very troublesome problem. Ning Xiuma rubbed her eyebrows again. After thinking about it, she strode out. Not long after she went out, little Nianma ran in with a big red fruit in his hand. He picked it in the garden and wanted to give it to his mother as a gift. Because of this, he deliberately got up early, but he didn't expect that he would still be a step late. His mother had gone out again. He was a little disappointed. He walked around the palace and accidentally found 2 white jade dolls lying on the inside of his mother's quilt. The 2 dolls were all smiles, and they looked very adorable. Shen Yinma fell in love with her at first sight. He picked up one of the dolls and found a few words on its back. Although it was written in an ancient language, little Nianma's cultural background was not bad, so he could recognize it very quickly. This seemed to be the date of his mother's rebirth. Shen Yinma looked at the doll with the word engraved on it, and then looked at the one without the word engraved on it. Both dolls were equally adorable. However, Shen Yinma did not particularly like it. After all, he was a boy. In his eyes, dolls were only for girls. He preferred things like knives, swords, and spells. If he had to choose a toy, he would be more interested in a kite. As for dolls, little Nianma carefully looked at the 2 dolls side by side on the bed. Both dolls were very beautiful. They were wearing belly bands, one red and the other blue. There were silver bells on their wrists and ankles. Chapter 2179. Little Nianma played with the silver bell on one of the dolls. Although the 2 dolls were beautiful, they were not as beautiful as the doll in the white doo-doo that he saw on the white stone. Why did his mother put 2 dolls on the bed? Did his mother like to play with dolls? Well, his mother was also a girl. Perhaps she really liked to play with dolls. Little Nianma pondered seriously. He was worried about his mother's birthday present in a few days. Now that he saw the dolls, he seemed to have found a direction. He fiddled with the 2 dolls. The red doo-doo doll was engraved with words, but the blue doo-doo doll was not. He suddenly had an idea. Were the 2 dolls a pair? Did the red doo-doo doll represent his mother? Did the blue doo-doo doll represent his father? The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was the case. Mother also misses his lord father, right? She just did not show it. Little Nianma suddenly felt a little sour in his nose. He raised his hand to rub his nose and put the 2 dolls back into the quilt. Then he ran out. He also wanted to give his mother 2 dolls, which were 100 times more beautiful than these 2 dolls. After he ran out, Bai Zhe was standing outside dutifully. He had not left little Nianma's side for the past few days. He only waited patiently outside when the little guy came to the bedroom to look for his mother. The great devil's bedroom had a very strong wizardry barrier. Entering the bedroom was like entering a safe. It was very safe. Therefore, Bai Zhe was very relieved. After the 2 of them left, the quilt on the bed shook slightly. The red doo-doo doll slowly poked its head out. It did not seem to have changed, but its eyes seemed to be shining. Swoosh! A red light came out of nowhere and hit the red doo-doo doll. The red doo-doo doll trembled and stopped moving. The light in its eyes gradually disappeared. It seemed that nothing had happened. Another day had passed. In the middle of the night, Ning Xuemo returned to the bedroom. When she opened the quilt, she saw the 2 dolls lying side by side. She was stunned for a moment and frowned. She clearly remembered that she had put these 2 dolls in her storage space. How had they come out on their own? Could it be? Her fingers landed on the 2 dolls, and she used her telekinesis to scan them, but she didn't find anything. She stared at the 2 dolls in a daze for a moment. She had already sent several high-level spies to the underworld to investigate the missing children. Of course, she had also investigated the shop that sold the dolls. The underworld was still losing its children, and the circumstances were all strange. Some children were clearly playing at home, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into thin air. Some children would walk with their parents on the streets. As they walked, they would suddenly stumble, fall, and disappear. It was impossible to guard against such a method of losing a child. The people of the underworld were now in a state of panic. Everyone kept a close eye on their children, but they still couldn't prevent their children from going missing. As for the shop that sold dolls, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Just like the other shops, the owner opened at night and closed at dawn. Moreover, the boss was a loner and didn't like to go shopping. One of the spies had been there for a whole day, but he didn't see anything wrong with the boss. More importantly, the children who bought the dolls did not go missing. All of them were alive and kicking. The ones who were missing were the other children. Chapter 2180. Based on all the signs, the Jade doll shop had nothing to do with the missing children. Ning Xiuma pinched the bedboard and squinted her eyes. Was she being paranoid? However, her keen sixth sense told her that there was something wrong with the shop. Now that she saw the two white Jade dolls, Ning Xiuma felt even more suspicious. Perhaps she should go there again to check it out. She got on the bed and pushed the two dolls to the corner of the bed. Then, she fell into a deep sleep. A dreamless night passed. When Ning Xiuma woke up, it was already morning. She leisurely got up and leisurely folded her quilt. Then, she saw that the two dolls that she had pushed to the side of her bed were now lying on the side of the bed, less than a foot away from her pillow. She curled her lips slightly and casually grabbed the two dolls and threw them into her storage space. Little Nianma finally completed the task after copying the books for 4 days. He felt that he was almost cross-eyed. Everywhere he looked, there were only words. However, at least he completed the task with quality and quantity. Immediately, little Nianma took his achievement to his mother to ask for praise. Ning Xiuma seemed to finally have some free time today. She actually had time to accompany her son for lunch. She even prepared a big table of dishes as a reward. Little Nianma took a look at the dishes. They were all his favorite dishes, and they smelled great. However, these dishes were obviously made by the flying snake. It was not like the other day when his mother personally cooked for him. Unfortunately, those dishes were taken advantage of by Bai Zhe. He was afraid that his mother would not cook for him in the future. Little Nianma rubbed his nose and could not help but look up and ask, "Mother, I think the porridge and dishes that you sent to me a few days ago were quite delicious." Ning Xiuma picked up a dish for him and said calmly, "You didn't eat the porridge and dishes that day and gave them to Bai Zhe, right? How do you know if they are delicious?" Little Nianma was speechless. He did not expect his mother to know about this. He blushed and lowered his head. "Nianma didn't know. I didn't know that it was made by my mother. If he had known in advance, he would have stuffed it into his stomach. After all, making his mother cook was more difficult than making the sky rain red." Ning Xiuma raised her hand and rubbed her son's head. She knew how good she was at cooking, and whether it was the color or the aroma, it was not as good as Tang Xi's cooking. Since her son was growing, she naturally wanted to give him the best and most delicious food. However, since her son wanted to eat her cooking, she would practice her cooking skills in the future and cook a few more meals for her son. "Mother will make more for you in the future. Eat these first. Look at how skinny you are." Ning Xiuma picked up a big pork shoulder and gave it to him. Little Nianma began to eat happily. His mother was too busy, so they rarely had the chance to eat together. Little Nianma cherished this opportunity very much. After dinner, little Nianma had just cleaned his hands when his mother conjured a big doll out of thin air. She handed it to him and said, "Come, Nianma, you have done well this time. Mother will reward you." Little Nianma was speechless. It was a super cute doll with big eyes and a small mouth. It was chubby and soft to hold in one's arms. Why did his mother suddenly give him this? Little Nianma looked at the big doll that was almost as tall as him and was a little puzzled. Chapter 2181. He blinked his eyes and looked at his mother with a puzzled expression. Was the child so happy that he became silly? Ning Xiuma stuffed the doll into his arms and said, "Don't you like dolls? You can hug it to sleep when you are bored." Little Nianma was even more confused. He scratched his head and said, I didn't say that I like dolls." "You didn't say it, but you said in your dream." Ning Xiuma could not help but laugh. She did not want to expose her son's lie. "All right, Nianma, you can play with this first. I will buy you other dolls in the future." Since it was a gift from his mother, little Nianma naturally accepted it. However, he was still a little puzzled. If his mother thought that he liked dolls, why didn't she give him the two white Jade dolls? The two dolls were indeed his mother's private collection, right? His mother really liked to play with these dolls. Little Nianma was proud of his conclusion. "Nianma, I have to go out tonight and will only be back in about 3 or 4 days. You have to be obedient in Mo Palace this time. Don't go out of the palace, don't." Ning Xiuma said 4 or 5 times in a row. Obviously, she was worried about her son. Every time she wanted to go out, she would remind him a few times. Little Nianma's ears were almost callous from hearing it, so he simply agreed. He would not go out of the palace, nor would he run around, but he had to see the doll in the white stone. When it was almost evening, little Nienma made up an excuse and said that he wanted to play in the garden for a while. He asked Baize to wait for him outside the garden. He wanted to have fun in the garden. Baize also felt that the little master had been copying books for the past few days and was really bored. It was good to let him have some fun in the garden. Since Luo Jiuchen came once, Mo Palace had strengthened its security. The wizardry barrier around the palace was like an iron wall. Even Luo Jiuchen could not easily enter again. Of course, to be safe, Baize carefully walked around the garden in advance to make sure that there was no abnormality. Only then did he feel assured to let the little master be alone in the garden. At this moment, little Nienma was standing near the entrance of the cave. He was still very nervous. The passage had been automatically sealed. Could he still go in this time? Just as he was about to squat down and pat the ground cracked open the moment he stood up. Once again, little Nienma went deep into the ground. Looking at the familiar crystal passage, little Nienma smiled and ran all the way forward. Soon, he arrived at the crystal hall. "You're late." A few words appeared on the large white rock with a hint of reproach. Little Nienma was out of breath. "I was punished. I only got my freedom today." "Why were you punished?" Little Nienma did not know why, but he trusted the stone from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he told him the reason. Of course, he also briefly explained the situation outside. The stone was silent for a moment before it said, "You should be punished." Little Nienma remained silent. He thought that he would be comforted by white stone. He didn't expect to receive such a sentence. However, little Nienma had always been optimistic. Although his heart was hurt, he was still in high spirits. "By the way, Big Lien, can you let me in to see you again? Have you grown taller these days?" White stone. Inside the white stone, the heavenly law stone was crazy. "Ha ha! Big Lien, it seems that your son has recognized this name." The boy on the lotus seat was slightly taller than before. Chapter 2182. The boy on the lotus seat was slightly taller than before. Although he still looked like a baby, the aura between his eyebrows was very strong. He looked up and glanced at the place where the heavenly law stone was spamming. "Aren't you afraid that I will destroy your crystal?" The heavenly law stone was speechless. It did not dare to continue spamming. Shinjuli's eyes fell on a crystal ball. The crystal ball clearly reflected the figure of little Nienma. He did not see him for 4 days, and he seemed to be a little fatter than before. He no longer looked like a little monkey. His 2 big eyes were shining, and he looked very much like his mother. He raised his hand and pointed his finger at the empty space. Then, a line of words appeared on the white stone that Shen Nienma saw. "Call me Lord Lien." When he heard his son call him Lord Lien, he wanted to slap him away. Shen Nienma pouted his little mouth. "Lord Lien? How old are you to call me Lord? Little kid, you can't be too anxious. If you want to call me Lord, it should be me who calls you Lord first." Shinjuli was speechless. The heavenly law stone said, "Huh. Shinjuli certainly did not want to argue with this kid about these insignificant issues. He was not concerned about this at the moment. The location of the heavenly law stone was not as shallow as little Nienma thought. The crystal hall was at least a few thousand feet above the ground. Therefore, even if someone used the Earth escape technique to check the underground of the Mo Palace, no one would be able to find this place. The reason why little Nienma could come was that the heavenly law stone did not go easy on him. The heavenly law stone was well hidden, but because it was hiding its tracks, it also restrained its telekinesis and spiritual power. In this place, the heavenly law stone could only sense the aura on the ground of the Mo Palace. It could not sense anything from other places. Therefore, he did not know what was going on above. Ning Xiuma had not been in the garden for a long time. He had not even sensed her presence for 4 to 5 days. He thought about it and used the appearance of the heavenly law stone to talk to his son. Of course, he did not speak. The so-called conversation was only the lines of words that appeared on the heavenly law stone. Shinjili did not talk much. Fortunately, little Nienma was a talkative person. He answered almost every question that was asked, so Shinjili understood a lot of things. After all, little Nienma was still too young. He was not very clear about the situation outside, so he could only tell them what he knew. However, Shun Julie managed to capture a lot of useful information from his scattered words. For example, the red rain outside, the disappearance of the immortal generals, the disappearance of the celestial arch, and Ning Xiuma's tiredness. The heavenly Tao stone had a rough idea of what was going on. So Luo Jiuchen has really gone mad. Shun Julie didn't say anything. That person's heart wasn't in the right place. It was only a matter of time before he turned into a demon. Once he turned into a demon, there would be a fatal flaw in his body. He would no longer have an immortal body. Little Nianma continued to ask, "By the way, do you have parents? Don't tell me you're this rock that has become a spirit." "No, it's not." Whitestone's words were very concise. "Sigh, then you're such a poor baby. You probably haven't experienced the feeling of love from your parents." Little Nianma immediately sympathized with him. Shun Jili was speechless. Indeed, he had never experienced the feeling of love from his parents. At first, he did not think much of it. Now, he suddenly felt that it was indeed a little lacking. The heavenly Tao stone seemed to have sensed something. It eagerly wrote a line of words. "In fact, you don't have to feel regretful. I can love you in the future." Suddenly, it could not write the rest of the words. There was a small crack on its crystal screen. Chapter 2183. The heavenly lost stone was speechless. It finally shut its mouth. In fact, it feels good to have parents who love you. You can always act like a spoiled child in front of them. Everything that they do is for your own good. Little Nianma continued to talk about the benefits of having parents. Finally, he concluded, "A child with a mother is a treasure. A child without a mother is like a weed." Shun Julie lifted his sleeve and wrote a line of words on the white stone. "Does your mother love you very much?" "Of course. It hurts so much. Yesterday, she personally cooked delicious food for me. She even used her own blood to make porridge." Unfortunately, little Nianma sighed at the end of his sentence. "Unfortunately what?" "Unfortunately, I didn't get to eat the delicious food. I was angry with her at that time. I didn't know that it was her cooking, so I deliberately didn't eat it. After she left, I gave the food to Bai Zhe." Shun Jili was speechless. His eyes flashed with a touch of sharpness. It had been a long time since he tasted the food that she cooked. Bai Zhe, that bastard, was lucky. Bai Zhe, who was outside the garden, suddenly shuddered. It looked around suspiciously. Who was scolding it? In the crystal hall, little Nianma sat on a piece of crystal and negotiated with the white stone. "By the way, can you give me 2 of the best quality crystals?" The white stone asked. "Aren't you surrounded by crystals?" Little Nianma shook his head. "The crystals outside are not pure, and they are not the best quality. What I need this time is the best quality crystal. It is the best thing for my mother." Shun Jili asked, "You want to give the crystal to your mother?" The girl indeed liked shiny things and liked to collect jewelry. It turned out that even her son knew about this habit. Little Nianma nodded. "Yes, it will be my mother's birthday in a few years. I want to give her a crystal doll. She'll like it very much." This was the main purpose of little Nianma's visit. Shun Jili asked, "A crystal doll? Why a doll?" He thought that little Nianma wanted to give his mother a crystal ball or a crystal hair accessory. He did not expect it to be a doll. "My mother is a girl. She likes dolls very much," little Nianma said. Shun Jili, "How did you know?" Why didn't he know that she had this hobby? "My mother has a pair of white jade dolls. They are both very beautiful. One of them was a boy, and the other was a girl. They were wearing doo-doo, and they looked very cute." Little Nianma shared his discovery. Shun Jili, little Nianma took a look at the white stone. "Oh, by the way, not only are the baby's eyes and eyebrows beautiful, but the belly band is also beautiful. One red belly band, and the other blue belly band. They look better than the belly band you are wearing." Shun Jili, little Nianma, was excited. "I guess that the doll must have a special meaning. The girl probably represents my mother, and the boy represents my father. She probably collected this pair of things because she missed my father." Shun Jili was speechless. He looked down at the silver doo-doo he was wearing. There was no trace of blue on it. The heavenly Tao stone carefully wrote a line of words. "You're a white doo-doo. It seems like that boy doesn't represent you." "Shut up." Shun Jili did not look too good. Recently, the heavenly Tao stone seemed to be eager to see him make a fool of himself. From time to time, it would try to figure out his thoughts. The heavenly Tao stone was satisfied and did not speak anymore. It felt that it had guessed the truth, which was why this person was so angry. Chapter 2184. Outside, little Nianma could not stop talking. The two dolls even have silver bells on them. They jingle when you shake them. They are very pleasant to the ears. My mother loves them so much that she puts them on the bed. However, Shun Julie's expression turned serious. Nianma, can you tell me the features of the baby? Little Nianma was surprised. How do you know that my name is Nianma? Shun Julie said, Good boy. Tell me the details. Little Nianma looked at the word good boy that flashed on the white stone and was a little speechless. He felt a little awkward to be called good boy by a little guy who was younger than him. Hey, I am older than you. You can't say good boy to me. I should be the one saying that to you. Little Nianma was serious. The heavenly law stone almost wanted to burst into laughter again, but it held back. It was rare to see the divine Lord being annoyed by his son. It was also a strange scene. It wanted to see how Shun Julie would refute his son. It waited with great interest. Unexpectedly, Shun Julie did not care about this at all. He simply said to little Nianma, Get to the point. Little Nianma was speechless. Why did he feel that the person who talked to him in the stone was not the dolls, but his father? He did not want to listen to the stone, but he did not know why he felt an instinctive sense of closeness to the dolls in the stone. Moreover, the stone was talking to him in such a serious manner. Perhaps there was something strange. Therefore, little Nianma described the appearance of the two dolls in detail. He had a good memory and eloquence, so he described them very clearly. Shinjili looked more serious. After a moment of silence, he asked, What time is it now outside? Little Nianma estimated. It should be around 5 o'clock. Shun Julie immediately said, The two dolls are a little strange. Bring them to me, and I will help you take a look. Little Nianma was shocked, but he was still a little doubtful. What is strange? Shun Julie did not want to scare the child, so he did not explain. Bring them to me, and I will know. Little Nianma was also worried that the two babies would harm his mother, so he immediately turned and ran away. He went out of the back garden and ran into Bai Zhe, who was anxiously looking for him in the garden. When he saw him running out, Bai Zhe face-palmed. Little ancestor, what did you do in there? This subordinate called you several times, but you didn't respond. Little Nianma answered vaguely, I am playing inside. By the way, where's my mother? Bai Zhe sighed. I was just about to tell you this. The Devil Master has already left. He's worried about you, so he sent a voice transmission to me. Before he could finish his sentence, little Nianma had already run away with his two short legs. I'm going to Mother's chamber to have a look. The little guy was really impatient. Bai Zhe shook his head. He was still worried, so he followed them. Hey, where are they? Little Nianma had almost turned the entire palace upside down, but he still could not find the two dolls. He had clearly seen them on the bed. Could it be that his mother had put away those two dolls? He rummaged through the cabinets for a long time, but he still couldn't find the two dolls. Did his mother bring them with her? He thought for a moment and ran out again. He grabbed Bai Ze's sleeve and asked, Where's my mother? Bai Ze did not understand why he was so anxious. The Devil Master has gone to the underworld. It is a little strange there. The Devil Master has gone to check it out. This matter should not be disclosed to the public. Young Master, you should not tell anyone either. Chapter 2185. Bai Ze did not understand why he was in such a hurry. The Devil Master has gone to the underworld. There is something strange there. The Devil Master should go and check it out. It is not appropriate to tell anyone about this. Young Master, you can't tell anyone. He took the opportunity to remind him. Before he could finish his sentence, the little guy had already run far away. Bai Ze could only see the back of his head. Young Master, where are you going? Bai Ze had no choice but to chase after him. Bai Ze, I'm going to the garden to play for a while. Don't disturb me. Little Nianma ran to the garden and closed the door behind him. Bai Ze was speechless. What was wrong with the little guy today? He was very strange. However, he knew that children often did things on impulse. There was not much reasoning to be done. As long as the little guy stayed in Mo Palace, he would be relieved. If he wanted to play, he could play for a while. My mother probably took the dolls away. I have searched the palace for a long time, but I could not find them. Little Nianma ran back to the crystal hall and said while panting. In the crystal cave, Shun Juli's heart sank. Where did your mother go? Is she not in Mo Palace? Little Nianma shook his head. When he was about to tell the truth, he suddenly remembered Bai Zai's words. Although the white stone saved his life, its origin was still unknown. What his mother did was a secret, so he could not simply say it. He pursed his lips and looked at the white stone. She has been very busy recently. She often goes out. I don't know where she has gone. Shun Juli looked at his son's little face in the crystal ball in the crystal cave. After all, the little guy was too young to be good at lying. After a few words, his little face was a little red. He pondered for a moment. It was not easy to gain the child's trust in a short time without exposing his identity. As for the two dolls, he was indeed worried. What is so strange about the two dolls? My mother's kung fu is quite good. If there is something strange, she should be able to detect it. Little Nianma still wanted to know more. However, when he said that, he saw a whirlpool appear on the white stone. Then, he was pulled into the crystal cave by a mysterious force. Little Nianma was speechless. He stood up straight and rubbed his eyes. He looked at the doll sitting on the lotus and said, "You have grown again." It had only been 4 days since they last saw each other, but the child had grown up quite a bit. When she saw him 4 days ago, he looked less than a year old. Now, he looked like he was 2 or 3 years old. He was almost the same age as little Nianma. This time, the baby didn't wear a dudu. Instead, he wore a small silver robe and sat there like a Buddha statue. Shun Juli really didn't want to face his son in this state unless he had no other choice. If his son recognized him, he would lose all his dignity. Which father would be willing to let his son see him wearing a dudu? He had already made up his mind. Once he recovered, the first thing he would do was to erase his son's memories of this period. He beckoned to his son. "Come here." Although his voice was dignified, it was still a tender child's voice. Little Nianma looked at him cautiously. "What are you doing? Why was this brat suddenly so cautious?" Shun Juli looked at him and said, "Nianma, if I wanted to harm you, I could just lock you up here. You don't have to be so cautious." Little Nianma thought about it and agreed with what he said. However, Chapter 2186. He always felt that he should not trust someone so easily. His mother always said that people's hearts were sinister. Some people seemed to have a good temper, but they often plotted against others behind their backs. However, the little boy in front of him should not be like that, right? Little Nianma had experienced so many things since he was young, so he did not trust people easily. However, since he saw this little boy, he inexplicably wanted to trust him and even wanted to be close to him. Shun Juli looked at his big black eyes and slowly said, "Nianma, I will never hurt you and your mother. If I am not wrong, the two dolls should be witchcraft dolls. If you carry them with you, your mind will be unknowingly controlled. It will be very dangerous for your mother to go out alone." There was an inexplicable power in his voice. Little Nianma widened his eyes. But my mother should know about the witchcraft dolls. Even he had heard of it, so it was impossible that his mother did not know about it. This voodoo doll is different from normal voodoo dolls. Normal voodoo dolls carry evil aura, but this voodoo doll can remove the evil aura. If it is not activated, no one will notice anything unusual, Shun Juli explained to his son. He reached out to little Nianma. "Come and sit next to me. I will tell you in detail." Little Nianma was not afraid that he would play tricks. He climbed onto the lotus seat and sat next to Shun Juli. The lotus seat looked soft and comfortable, but when he sat down, he felt as if he was nesting on a piece of ice. It made little Nianma shiver. Shun Juli seemed to have realized that his son could not stand the cold. He raised his hand and pulled a lotus petal to turn it into a futon. "Sit on this." Little Nianma pulled the futon under his buttocks. He was still anxious about what happened just now. Is the doll really so powerful? Then will my mother be very dangerous? Shun Juli said, "So, Nianma, you have to tell me where your mother is so that I can think of a way." Little Nianma pursed his lips tightly. He really wanted to trust him, but he was afraid that he would really hurt his mother. He paused and said, "Then you have to swear that you will not harm my mother." Shunjuli did not hesitate. I swear. Little Nianma stretched out his hand again. Pinky swear. Shunjuli was speechless. He was defeated by this kid's sudden caution. However, it was a good thing that his son was so cautious. He didn't want to be betrayed by others. He reached out his hand and made a pinky promise with his son. This was the first time he had done this, and it felt a little strange. The heavenly Tao stone looked as if it had been struck by lightning. He even forgot to refresh the screen. Little Nianma finally let out a sigh of relief after making a pinky promise with him. We have made a pinky promise, so we are friends, right? Shunjuli paused for a moment, then smiled calmly. Yes. We are friends, we are friends. The heavenly Tao stone. It sent out a bunch of exclamation marks. It turned out that even the supreme divinity could be so shameless. Little Nianma finally told her where his mother had gone to the underworld. Shunjuli frowned slightly. The two dolls were originally varying creatures. Now that she had gone to the underworld, he was afraid that she would be more easily controlled by that thing. Nianma, do you have something to contact your mother? Yes, I do. It is specially made. Shun Nianma took out a golden red amulet. This is it. However, my mother told me not to use it casually. She told me that I can only use it to contact her when I am in trouble or danger. Chapter 2187. She said that as long as the directed audio spell is lit up, she will answer it no matter when or where she is. Shunjuli took the amulet from him and slightly sensed it. His thin lips slightly pursed. That little girl was really willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of her child. She actually used the blood from her heart to condense such an amulet. This amulet was not only connected to the amulet on her side, but also to her heart. Once Shun Nianma used this amulet, her heart would immediately sense it. Even the Forbidden Land could not prevent this feeling. However, this amulet was connected to her heart. Every time it was used, it would cause her heart to ache. No wonder she did not let little Nianma use it easily. Shun Nianma was worried about the safety of his mother. Is my mother really in danger? Can I use this to call her back? I can pretend that I am in great danger. He came up with a bad idea. Shunjuli immediately rejected it. No need. Do you have an ordinary directed audio spell with you to contact her? Shun Nianma was dejected. No. He was a talkative person and liked to pester his mother. Therefore, every time Ning Xuema went out for business, she would not give her son any direct audio spell to contact her. She did not want him to talk to her on the phone and delay her important matters. However, to be on the safe side, Ning Xuema had left a directed audio spell with Shun Nianma to contact him. She could contact Shun Nianma, but Shun Nianma could not take the initiative to contact her. Shunjuli pondered for a moment and understood the purpose of Ning Xuema's arrangement. Looking at his son's dejected face, he could not help but raise his hand to touch his head. It's okay. With this direct audio spell, we can roughly locate her position. However, Shun Nianma's hair stood up when he was touched. He shook his head and avoided his hand. Don't touch me. He felt strange being touched by a child who looked younger than him. Shunjuli ignored him. With a flick of his finger, the one-way voice-transmitting spell landed on a crystal pillar. Locate her location. Let's hurry over. Shun Nianma was stunned. Who are you talking to? Shunjuli said indifferently. That stone can directly go to the underworld. Shun Nianma was confused. Which stone? What you're looking at is a white stone. Aren't you two one? No. Shunjuli was obviously unwilling to talk about it. Shun Nianma was even more confused. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. I know. It is your mother. You are its baby. Shunjuli was speechless. He really wanted to kick this guy off the stage for making such random deductions. The Heavenly Tao Stone was originally very unhappy. It had been staying here for a long time and didn't want to move. Not to mention going to the netherworld. The heavy energy in the underworld was not conducive to its recovery. Just as it was about to refute Shunjuli, it suddenly heard Shunjuli's words. A series of ha-ha-ha-ha appeared. This kid is too talented. You actually thought you were my son. However, this stone is a male. Shunjuli glanced at it coldly. How could a stone differentiate between male and female? The Heavenly Lost Stone had enough fun, so his mood was much better. The one-way communication spell kept spinning on the crystal pillar. After a while, the directed audio spell fell back into Shun Yinma's hand. The Heavenly Tao Stone could not communicate directly with Shun Yinma, so it spoke to Shun Julie instead. I have already checked. She's not in danger now. She may not be in danger in the underworld. Chapter 2188. The Heavenly Lost Stone could not communicate with Shun Julie directly. Instead, it spoke to Shun Julie. I have checked her condition. She is not in danger now. She may not be in danger in the underworld. After all, the girl has cultivated the body of Buddha and devil. She is immune to all evil. The two voodoo dolls should not be able to harm her. Why don't we wait here? If something happens to her, I can sense it through the spell. It will not be too late to rush over then. Besides, this place is a rare place for you to rest. It is very beneficial for your recovery. You should stay here for a few more days. What it said was very reasonable. Shun Julie pondered for a moment. How long will it take for you to get to the underworld from here? The Heavenly Lost Stone said, an hour at most. Shun Julie frowned. The Heavenly Lost Stone continued. Besides, your kung fu has not recovered. If she is really in danger, you can't help her. It is better to rest for a few more days. The faster you recover, the safer you will be. You can't leave the nourishment of my spiritual power now, so... Shun Julie interrupted it. It is okay. I will not leave this lotus platform unless it is a last resort. The Heavenly Lost Stone was happy. It thought that it had convinced him. Unexpectedly, Shun Julie changed the topic. As far as I know, there's a crystal mine in the deepest part of the underworld river. Let's go there first. The Heavenly Lost Stone was speechless. It was exasperated. Maybe nothing will happen to her. Maybe she will come back after a round in the underworld. Won't we be wasting our time? Although it was a stone with legs, it should not be treated as an errand boy. Shun Julie looked indifferent. There's a blood-red crystal at the bottom of the underworld river. The Heavenly Lost Stone immediately perked up. Okay, we will listen to you. We will go to the underworld too. The blood-red crystal was a rare gem. Its function was 10 times better than the best crystal. If it went there, it only needed to find a few blood-red crystals to replenish its energy and recover faster. Shin Yinma did not know how the little kid communicated with the Heavenly Lost Stone. When he was about to pull the little kid's sleeve to ask, the space suddenly shook. He was caught off guard and almost fell from the lotus platform. Shun Julie grabbed him. Guard your UNE, guard your C. It was a series of words. Shin Yinma's eyes were wide open. How do you know the kung fu that my father taught me? I will tell you later, but do it first. Shun Julie had an air of authority about him. Even though he looked like a kid, his aura was still strong. Shin Yinma was shocked. He had a lot of questions in his mind, but at this time, the space was shaking and spinning violently. He felt as if he was an ordinary person sitting in a flying carriage. He was dizzy and had no time to say anything. Following Shun Julie's instructions, he immediately meditated and focused on his lower abdomen. However, before he could stabilize his body, he suddenly remembered something. We are going to the underworld, right? But I have not told Bai Zhe. It is still waiting for me outside the garden. If they find out that I am missing, they will probably look for me again. Shin Julie only replied with 2 words. It is okay. He gently pinched his fingers. An invisible ray of light flew out. Bai Zhe was waiting outside the garden board. Suddenly, it felt the ground under its feet as if there was an earthquake. It was shocked. Chapter 2189. Bai Zhe was waiting outside the garden in boredom. Suddenly, it felt a tremor under its feet as if there was an earthquake. It was afraid that something bad would happen to little Nianma, so it immediately called out, "Young master, young master." The tremor disappeared, but the young master did not respond. Bai Zhe was worried and quickly ran into the garden. After looking around, it could not find the young master. It could not help but feel anxious. Occasionally, it looked up and suddenly saw a white light flashing on the rock in front of it. A line of words slowly appeared. I'm taking Nianma away. Do not reveal my secret for 10 days. Bai Zhe's whole body suddenly trembled. It stared at the rock with its eyes wide open. The Divine Lord. It was the Divine Lord's oracle. God, it was the Divine Lord's oracle. The 8 mythological beasts had been domesticated by the Divine Lord. Naturally, they could recognize his handwriting and style. There was no mistake. Although the line of words only flashed for about 10 seconds and disappeared, it stirred up a strong wave of emotions in Baize's heart. The Divine Lord was reborn. The Divine Lord was reborn. The Divine Lord was reborn. The huge ecstasy almost burned Baize's chest. Baize, who had always been known to be calm among the 8 mythological beasts, almost wanted to scream. It almost floated out of the garden. It bumped into General Manager Heimu. General Manager Heimu heard the noise and came to check. When he saw Baize, he hurriedly asked, "Where is the young master? Why don't I see him? I seem to have heard some strange movements in the garden just now." Baize had always carried out the orders of the Divine Lord. Although he was overjoyed, he did not dare to tell the truth. He vaguely answered, "The young master is in isolation. No one is allowed to disturb him these few days." General Manager Heimu was speechless. He was about to ask where the young master was, but Baize was afraid that he would reveal the news of the Divine Lord's rebirth. It turned around and ran away. It was too happy. Unfortunately, he could not tell anyone such a happy thing. It was so suffocating. General Manager Heimu was a little confused. He scratched his head and wondered what was wrong with this mythological beast. This was the first time he had seen Baize so happy in recent days. In just 3 days, 12 children in the underworld city had gone missing. In total, 36 children have been lost in the underworld city in the past 10 days. This was definitely not a normal phenomenon. The frequency of the children being lost was simply infuriating. For a time, the Netherworld was in a state of panic, and everyone was in danger. The citizens of Nether City went to the government office to petition, asking the government office of Nether City to solve the case as soon as possible, find the culprit who kidnapped the child, and find the child. The Yaman in Nether City was also having a headache. Even the injured Nether King in the Nether Palace heard about this matter and asked about it personally. He even sent some experts to investigate and sent a group of Nether City's Imperial Guards to patrol the city. The soldiers in the city patrolled day and night. The city gate was also strictly checked for outsiders. The inns, rundown temples, restaurants, these places where guests came and went were searched every day. The entire Nether City was in chaos. Even so, it did not reduce the frequency of children being lost. When Ning Xiumal came here again, she keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere in Nether City. There were no longer children running around on the streets. The commoners were all in a hurry. The soldiers of the Netherworld patrolled the streets from time to time. The security was much tighter. Since she wanted to investigate privately, she naturally didn't want to expose her identity. Therefore, she still changed her appearance. This time, she didn't use a spell but a disguise. Chapter 2190. She disguised herself as a middle-aged woman. Her appearance was neither ugly nor handsome. Her face was as pale as the people of the underworld. Her figure was slightly plump, which was very different from her original appearance. Even if she was thrown into a crowd, she wouldn't be picked out. She strolled around the streets and learned about the general situation of the underworld from the people who were gossiping. On the city walls, on the bulletin boards on the streets, there were reward notices from the government everywhere. The reward was to find the missing child and catch the thief who stole the child. The reward was as high as 50,000 taels. It could be seen that the government had put in a lot of effort to solve the case. The government had set up checkpoints all over the city to check the passers-by. They were especially strict with outsiders. Of course, to an expert like Ning Xiumal, these interrogations were nothing to her. Not to mention interrogating her. Even if they wanted to get close to her, they wouldn't be able to do so. As soon as the soldiers arrived, she would immediately turn invisible. Therefore, even if she didn't have any documents on her, she could still freely wander around the city. Soon, she arrived at the shop that sold the jade dolls. But she saw a strange scene that she couldn't imagine. There was a long queue in front of the white jade doll shop that was originally deserted. There were quite a number of children in the queue, so it was very lively. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. The aesthetics of the underworld was different from other realms. Most of the children's toys here were very bright and colorful, and the white jade dolls sold in this jade shop were very beautiful in Ning Shuama's eyes. But in the eyes of the people of the underworld, they were too thin and didn't conform to the aesthetics of the underworld. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold them so cheaply a few days ago. There weren't many people who came to buy them. It was so deserted in front of the shop. What was going on this time? She asked an old woman next to her. That person was very talkative. Sister-in-law, you still don't know? The dolls sold by this shop have the effect of protecting children. As long as you buy their white jade dolls, your children won't go missing. So now, all the families with children come here to buy white jade dolls. Even those high officials and nobles are no exception. Ning Shuama frowned slightly. In her subconscious mind, the white jade dolls here were a little strange. They were a little like voodoo dolls. However, Ning Shuama couldn't find anything on the doll. That was why she came here personally. She wanted to keep an eye on the shop for a few days and find some clues. She didn't expect that the white jade doll would become a guardian doll. Granny, is this white jade doll really that smart? Are all the people who bought the doll fine? Ning Shuama continued to ask. Yes, that's why everyone is here to buy. How much is his family's baby worth? Ning Shuama felt that there was something strange going on. That shop's boss is quite strange. It costs 20 copper coins if you bring a child, and 200 taels if you don't. Therefore, everyone brought their children along. Sister-in-law, do you have any children at home? If you do, hurry and buy a few. It's better to be safe. The old woman advised her. Ning Shuama nodded and answered vaguely. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Sister-in-law, it's better if you bring your child along. I heard that the shop's boss doesn't sell to people who don't bring their children today. The old woman was quite enthusiastic and added on. Ning Shuama thanked her and walked forward. How could she bring a child along at this time? Anyway, she didn't plan to buy it. She just wanted to go in and take a look. Chapter 2191. Initially, she wanted to skip the queue and use her invisibility spell to go through the wall. However, she did not expect to find a wizardry barrier around the shop. If she did not destroy the wizardry barrier, she would not be able to enter at all. However, if she destroyed the barrier, the person who set it up would be alerted. Then, the effect of her secret visit would be greatly reduced. When she was about to line up, she turned her head and saw a little boy standing at the corner of the street not far away. He was dressed in rags and was looking at the children who had already bought the dolls. Ning Shuama was interested. She walked over and gently asked, "Little guy, do you want a doll like this too?" The little boy immediately nodded vigorously, but then looked down. "Yes, but I don't have the money." Ning Shuama reached out her hand to him. "Let's go. I will take you to buy it." Naturally, the little boy would happily agree to this kind of free lunch that fell from the sky. He wanted to put his dirty little paw in Ning Shuama's hand, but after thinking about it, he ran to the corner of the street. After a while, not only was his face clean, but even his hands were also clean. The little boy was quite handsome after he was clean. He even spoke in a quiet manner. He did not look like a homeless child running around on the street. Instead, he looked like someone from a big family. Every move of his was elegant. The child looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, and he was very sensible. The only drawback was that he was a little skinny and was all skin and bones. When Ning Shuama saw the child, she thought of little Nianma. Her heart softened, and she simply bought him new clothes to change into. Although the child was a homeless child, he was not as dirty as the ordinary homeless children. There was only a little dust on his body. When Ning Shuama bought him a new set of clothes, his eyes lit up. Ning Shuama asked him to put it on, but the little boy shook his head. "I am dirty now." He did not have the heart to dirty the new clothes. This child was extraordinarily sensible. Ning Shuama looked around and found that the place was very secluded. There were not many people around. She raised her hand and pointed at the child. A faint blue light circled around him. "Now it is okay." The child felt his entire body turn cold. When he lowered his head to look at himself, he realized that he was even cleaner than when he took a shower. He looked at Ning Shuama with his bright black eyes. "Auntie, are you an immortal?" Ning Shuama raised her head and patted his head. "It's just a little spell. Good girl, go and change." The child nodded heavily and immediately ran to a secluded place to change. A moment later, she came out. She was as beautiful as a fairy child in a painting, looking like a completely different person. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and Buddha makes the man. Now that the child was wearing such a small robe, he looked completely different from before. Ning Xiaoma didn't expect that she would be able to find such a treasure just by randomly grabbing him on the street. Her fondness for this child increased a little. She simply led him to a restaurant and had a good meal. The child looked very hungry, but when he ate, he took small bites like a little gentleman. Ning Xiaoma thought of her son again. She wondered what the little guy was doing now. Was he obediently staying in Mo Palace? She took out the directed audio spell and wanted to talk to her son. When she lowered her head, she saw that the child was looking at her with a pair of clear black and white eyes. One of his little hands was holding the corner of her clothes, as if he was afraid of being abandoned. Ning Xiaoma's heart couldn't help but be moved. Taking advantage of the situation, she took the child's small hand and secretly examined his chi meridians and bones. Chapter 2192. Her heart skipped a beat. She held the child's little hand and secretly checked his chi. Her eyes lit up. The child's chi was excellent. He was a good candidate for practicing martial arts. If she brought him back to Mo Palace and trained him well, she might be able to cultivate him into an excellent general. Moreover, he was about the same age as little Nianma. He could be little Nianma's playmate. The child was still too lonely in Mo Palace. It would be better to have a playmate. She secretly calculated in her heart as she led the child to the jade shop while chatting with him. In a few words, she managed to get some information about his past. The child did not come from a rich family. Instead, he came from a declining, scholarly family. His parents died when he was 4 years old. His uncle and aunt took over the family property and drove him out. For the past 2 years, he had been wandering around. He was hungry and full. After he finished talking about his own matters, his little hand carefully pulled on Ning Xiaoma's lapel. "Aunt, can little Chin follow you? I can do anything. I will not eat for free." Chun? Ning Xiaoma subconsciously understood the word chun. Which 2 words? Xiao as in big, chun as in dust. Father said that the lives of poor people like us are as cheap as dust. It will be gone with a pat. Little Chun sounded a little sad. What a disappointing name. Ning Xiaoma pondered for a moment. You will be called Xiao-chan from now on. Xiao as in daybreak, Chun as in morning. A child like you should be full of vitality like the morning. The child's eyes lit up again. Okay. I will be called Xiao-chan from now on. Thank you for giving me a name. Can Xiao-chan follow Auntie in the future? Ning Xiaoma paused for a moment and smiled. I am busy. If you are willing, I will arrange a good place for you. The child's eyes were shining. He pulled Ning Xiaoma's sleeve even tighter. I am willing. The adult and the child joined the queue to buy the white jade dolls. Ning Xiaoma paid attention to the children who came out with the dolls. Every child was in high spirits. Although the dolls they were holding were all different, every one of them was extremely beautiful. Ning Xiaoma had been waiting in line for a while, and she had already seen 20 to 30 children holding their dolls with satisfaction. At the rate he's selling, how many can he sell in a day? This kind of doll was carved with exquisite craftsmanship. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to carve a doll like this. However, this place seemed to be doing wholesale. How many of these dolls did that boss accumulate? Not to mention the wages, just the jade materials alone would cost a few dozen taels of silver. If he sold them like this, wouldn't he go bankrupt? Even his pants? If what he did before was a marketing tactic, then there must be something fishy about him doing business like this now that it was so popular. There must be something fishy going on. This person did this either because he had too much money at home and was running out of money to do charity, or he had other motives. This shop owner didn't seem like someone with a lot of money. Last time, she smelled a kind of loafer on him. Not only was his shop shabby, but his clothes were also very ordinary. Therefore, the possibility of him running out to burn money was very small. If this was ruled out, then he must have other motives. But what exactly was he after? Anyone who bought the white jade dolls would be fine. It did sound like a protective doll. No wonder the people were rushing like ducks and lining up here. Chapter 2193. However, if so many of them were sold, and the other children were in trouble one after another, only the one who bought the white jade doll was fine. It was quite unusual. Ning Shuima felt bored while waiting in line, so she chatted with a woman beside her. The shop owner's business is really booming. How many of these dolls has he sold these days? The woman liked to gossip. At least a few thousand. It has been so popular for nearly 3 days, and he sells them very fast. Customers are not allowed to pick and choose anymore. The shop owner just casually grabs one, carves the child's birth characters on it, and pays the money. The shop owner doesn't even raise his head. A few thousand white jade dolls. It seemed that the shop owner had stocked up a lot. If it went on like this, all the people in the city would come to buy these dolls. By then, every child would have one. Ning Shuima suddenly quivered and shuddered. She seemed to have figured something out, and her face changed slightly. Maybe the disappearance of the children in the underworld was just a gimmick to lure the people into a trap. If the person behind it was really Luo Jiochin, she was afraid that he was targeting all the children in the city. Of course, these were all her guesses, and they needed to be verified. She had to enter the shop again and check it out. She had to find out who the shop owner was. What did he want to do in this shop? The Styx River, which had always been turbulent, suddenly calmed down. The Styx River used to be filled with countless ghosts who screamed and howled from time to time. There was no peace at all. Now, it seemed that they had encountered something they were deeply afraid of. They hid themselves and swam slowly in the river. They used to like to swim in and out of the river, but now they all stuck close to the surface of the water, not daring to go to the bottom of the river. They swam as carefully as if there were bombs buried under their feet. There was indeed an uninvited guest at the bottom of the Styx River. This uninvited guest was a white stone, a very inconspicuous white stone. This white stone suddenly appeared at the bottom of the Styx River. When it first appeared, some ghosts floating at the bottom of the river surrounded it to watch the fun. Some of the more courageous ones even stretched out their sharp claws to scratch it. Unexpectedly, before they could touch the stone glowed faintly, and all the ghosts within a radius of 1,000 feet around it disappeared like a puff of smoke. The other ghosts immediately understood that this stone was not to be trifled with, so they all ran away. So the white stone was left alone at the bottom of the dark river. Where are the blood-red crystals you mentioned? The heavenly Tao stone circled around the bottom of the Nether River. Not to mention blood-red crystals, it didn't even see a single red stone. With a belly full of bewilderment, it finally spammed in front of Shun Julie again. Shun Julie was meditating. He didn't even open his eyes when he heard the heavenly Tao stone. He only said a word that almost made the heavenly Tao stone burst with anger. Fine. The heavenly Tao stone was furious. I've already searched the entire bottom of the river. It was extremely sensitive to that kind of crystal. If it was really nearby, it would be impossible for it not to sense it. Shinjuli said indifferently, maybe someone picked it up. Heavenly Tao stone. It was still unwilling to give up. Didn't you say that there was a chicken blood red crystal mine at the bottom of the Nether River? How could it be picked up by someone? Shun Julie said calmly, I only said that there was a chicken blood red crystal mine there. I didn't mention the mine. Chapter 2194. The heavenly Tao stone almost fainted. Are you saying that there used to be a piece of blood red crystal here? Shun Julie corrected it. Not one, but two. There used to be two. The heavenly Tao stone still had a little flame of hope in its heart. When did you see it? Shun Julie pondered for a while. About 53,000 years ago. The heavenly Tao stone was speechless. It had the urge to slap his face with its ant. The blood-red crystal was so rare. Even in the lava of a volcano, someone could find it and take it away. 50,000 years ago. Not to mention that there used to be two of such crystals here. Even if there was a crystal mine, it would have been dug out in 50,000 years. The heavenly Tao stone felt that it had been fooled. It felt that its dignity had been challenged, so it immediately wrote, There must be energy stones around me for me to absorb. Not here. Let's go back. It was about to cast a spell but Shunjuli stopped it with one sentence. I know how to make the blood-red crystal. It can help you make it quickly, and you don't have to look for it anymore. The heavenly Tao stone's little heart trembled. What method? Tell me. Shunjuli shook his hand and threw the one-line contact talisman to the stone. Check her exact location again. The talisman above the heavenly Tao stone's head was speechless. It knew that if it wanted to know the method, it had to follow Shunjuli's instructions. It was still a little unconvinced. Do you really have such a method? Don't tell me you're trying to fool me again? Shunjuli looked down and said indifferently, When have I ever lied? Well, it seemed that this person had never lied before. However, it would be very difficult to get the method out of him. What do you want to tell me the method? The heavenly Tao stone decided to negotiate first. Be obedient. He said 2 words again. That was too vague. How long? There should be a time limit, right? 5 days. The heavenly Tao stone wanted to bargain again. 5 days is too long. How about 3 days? 6 days. Shunjuli didn't reduce the price, but instead increased it. He added, If you continue to bargain, then it will be 10 days. I know that you can ignore my threat and return to the underground of Mo Palace. I can't even stop you. But you have to remember one thing. If you go back like this, I will never tell you this secret technique. The heavenly Tao stone. Its escape route was blocked by Shunjuli's words. It hung its head dejectedly. 5 days it is. You can't go back on your word. After completing the conditions, it began to detect the location of Ning Xiuma. The crystal pillar changed colors for a moment before a line of words appeared. She is at the entrance of shop in Nether City. It even gave the standard coordinates. Of course, only Shunjuli could understand the words that were written on it. As for little Nianma, he could only see a bunch of characters that he could not understand flashing around. It looked so grand and majestic. Shunjuli got the answer he wanted, so he stopped talking. He raised his hand, and a white light shone on the crystal ball in front of him. The crystal ball was flashing with colorful lights. A moment later, a picture finally appeared on the crystal ball. The picture was very similar to a camera. The camera was shaking from far to near. In the picture, many people of the underworld could be seen queuing in a jade shop. There were men and women, old and young. Chapter 2195. At the entrance of the shop, there were people holding children and carrying white jade dolls out from time to time. The image paused on the white jade dolls. Little Nianma exclaimed, This is the doll. This is the doll on my mother's bed. It turns out that my mother bought it from here. Shunjuli's gaze also fell on the white jade dolls. He looked very carefully and could even see the feet from the top of the head. Although he remained calm on the surface, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He turned the image around and looked at a few white jade dolls. These dolls were of different shapes, and each doll had a different appearance. It was as if the babies in the human world were all independent of each other. No matter how skilled a jade carving master was, he had his own carving habits, especially when it came to carving figures. Even if the figures he carved were in different positions, their appearance was generally the same. At first glance, it was obvious that they were the work of the same person. On the other hand, the dolls sold here all looked the same and were not similar at all. Could it be that the dolls sold in this shop were the masterpieces of many jade carving masters? Shunjuli turned the image around a few times to observe the white jade dolls in the arms of a few children. His frown deepened. Not only could he see images in the crystal ball, but he could also hear sounds. He had already heard the price of the white jade dolls. It was 20 coins, which was not even enough to buy a doll's foot. Shunjuli looked at the white jade dolls from head to toe without saying a word. Naturally, the heavenly law stone also saw it. These dolls are so cheap. The material is from the snow jade, right? A piece as big as a fist is worth 100 taels. This doll is as big as 2 fists, and the jade material is worth 200 taels, let alone the cost of labor. He is only selling it for 20 coins. Is this person's brain kicked by a donkey? Is there water in it? What is wrong with him? Shunjuli only answered, There must be a demon behind this. The heavenly law stone was puzzled. The problem is that I can't see anything strange about the white jade dolls. Snow jade is not a magic jade. It is healthy to wear it often. I can't see any demon aura on it. It is just an ordinary jade doll. I think each of them is quite beautiful." She added, "Although they're not as cute as you are now, they're still very good looking." No wonder the little girl liked it so much that she bought 2 at once and put them under her blanket. She didn't even give her son a doll, only gave him a doll. Speaking of which, the little girl didn't come here to investigate Luo Jiuchen, but to buy 2 more dolls? Ha ha ha. It seems that she really likes children. Is it not enough to have little Nianma? She wants to buy a few more pieces of jade for her collection. Ever since the heavenly lost stone let go of its temper, it had become exceptionally talkative. It always liked to speculate endlessly. Shun Jili was too lazy to talk to it. He just let it do whatever it wanted. She seemed to really like children. For the sake of children, she had suffered so much. For the sake of children, she had become obsessed. For the sake of children, she had completely broken off with him. For the sake of children, she had not hesitated to travel through thousands of years to rewrite history. For the sake of a child, she was willing to abandon him from 50,000 years ago. She was indeed desperate for the sake of her child. He saw with his own eyes how much she cared about the child and how nervous she was she could lose him. But she couldn't lose the child without him by her side. She seemed to be living a wonderful life, as if everything was fine as long as she had a child. Shun Juli realized that he seemed to be jealous of his son. Chapter 2196. There seemed to be a barrier in his heart. Usually, he did not think about it, but now that he thought about it, the barrier was quite high. "Nianma, does your mother often talk about your father in front of you?" Shun Juli suddenly had the interest to chat with his son. Shin Nianma's eyes were now fixed on the crystal ball. He was looking for his mother, but unfortunately, he could not find her. When he was about to search from the beginning to the end, he suddenly heard Shun Juli's question. He did not think much and casually answered, "Almost never." Shun Juli was speechless. He found that the barrier in his heart had increased a little. If 2 people who loved each other knew that they were going to die, they would want the other party to forget about them completely so that they could start a new life. However, if they came back from the dead and found that their lover had really forgotten about them or did not care about them at all, the feeling in their heart would certainly not be good. Shun Juli was in such a situation. Of course, Ning Shuama did not forget about him. Her attention was on the child. If there were a few positions in her heart, her son would definitely be the first, and he would probably be ranked after his son. Of course, this thought only flashed in Shun Juli's mind and disappeared quickly. He was the Divine Lord, so why would he care about these trivial things? He was not jealous of his son. The reason why he did not go out to see her and did not let her know that he was still alive was because he did not want her to see him as a child again. He did not want Luo Jiuchen to find out about his existence before he recovered. It must be because of these 2 reasons, and not because of other reasons. She liked children, right? It did not matter. He would give her many children in the future. She would like to have more than enough. Shun Juli did not want to analyze his own thoughts anymore. After enough reasons, he turned his attention back to the crystal ball. He looked at it one by one, but he did not see Ning Shuama's shadow. However, since the heavenly lost stone detected her presence, she must be there. The heavenly lost stone still had the ability to detect her presence. Could it be that she used an ordinary disguise? Instead of just using a spell to block people's eyes, if he were to use spells, the crystal ball would be able to shield him from spells. Using spells to disguise himself was useless on this planet. The crystal ball would only show him his original appearance. Only by using the transfiguration technique would he be able to avoid being seen through by a spellmaster. "Where is my mother? Is my mother here?" Shin Nianma looked around the crystal ball, but he could not find the person he was looking for. Shun Jili did not say anything. He let the camera slowly rotate and suddenly fixed on a spot. There was a woman with a pale face and a rather plump body. She was bending over and talking to a child. Shun Nianma also noticed the woman, but he did not recognize her. He raised his hand and shook Shun Juli's arm. "Hey, don't just look at this. Look elsewhere." Shun Juli said indifferently, "If I'm not mistaken, this is your mother. She's disguised herself." "Ah." Shun Nianma's slightly open mouth could almost stuff a pigeon egg into it. He took a closer look at the woman and could not help but raise his hand to rub his eyes. But this person does not look like my mother at all. My mother is 1,000 times prettier than her. No, 10,000 times prettier. This person has a big waist. Shunjuli was speechless. She's disguised herself. She was willing to destroy her image for the sake of investigating the case. Chapter 2197. Shin Yinma stared at the woman for a long time and could barely recognize his mother's face. He murmured, "Mother's disguise is amazing." Then, he looked at Shunjuli and felt even more strange. "This is strange. How do you know my mother? How can you recognize her when she's in disguise? Did you know my mother?" It was more than just knowing her. As for being able to recognize her, how could he not recognize the woman who had been with him for 3 lifetimes? Even if she was burned to ashes, he would still be able to recognize her bones. However, he could not tell his son the truth, so Shunjuli said mysteriously, "I am an immortal." The subtext was that immortals knew everything. After all, Shinyama was still young. Shunjuli only needed to say one sentence to dispel his doubts. Sure enough, he did not dwell on the question anymore. His attention was soon attracted by other things. He saw his mother talking to another child in the crystal ball. She even held the child's hand to buy new clothes for him and went to a restaurant. Little Nyenma's little face was getting darker, and his little mouth was tighter. These days, his mother had been very busy. It had been a long time since she held his hand to go shopping. Now, she was holding another child's hand. Shinjuli's eyes also fell on the child who was holding Ning Shiuma's hand. He had never shown his emotions. Even when he looked like a little boy, he did not show any emotion. No one could guess what was on his mind at the moment. The heavenly lost stone was gloating. It seems that she really likes children. She can find one on the street. Shunjuli did not speak. His eyes were still on the child. The heavenly lost stone also looked at the child for a moment. "Is the child okay? I can't see anything wrong with him. He is just an ordinary child." The more little Nyenma looked at the child, the more impatient he became. He stood up and said, "I want to find my mother." He wanted his mother to hold his hand and not the child's hand. Shinjuli did not even look at his jealous son. He only said, "A real man should plan before acting. Being impulsive is the behavior of a reckless man." Little Nyenma looked at him with his eyes wide open. "Do you mean that it is inappropriate for me to go out now?" Shunjuli said leisurely, "If you go out now, you'll disrupt her plan. Let's wait and see." Little Nyenma was not convinced. "But she is holding the child. Children should always be protected. Any child would not be happy to see their parents holding another child." Although little Nyenma was the son of the celestial god and the great devil, he was no exception. "Don't worry, he won't steal your position. Your mother puts you first, and no one can replace you." Shunjuli seemed to be comforting his son. A line of words appeared on the heavenly Tao stone. "Why do I feel like you're jealous? You aren't jealous of your son, are you?" Shunjuli couldn't be bothered with the heavenly Tao stone, the emperor of truth. He continued to use the crystal to monitor Ning Shiuma's situation. While he was looking, he suddenly realized that little Nyenma was looking at him strangely. "Why are you looking at me?" Little Nyenma blurted out. "I suddenly realized that you are a little like my father." It was earth-shattering. After a row of exclamation marks appeared on the heavenly Tao stone, another sentence appeared. "Amazing. He recognized you. He can still recognize you even when you look like this." Shinjuli's expression did not change. He looked at his son with a faint smile. "Huh?" Little Nyenma scratched his head. "You look a little like my father, and you have the same temper. When you talked to me just now, you looked even more like him." Chapter 2198. Shunjuli's expression did not change. He even smiled and said, "It seems like we're destined to be together. Since you feel that I am your father, you could just call me father." Although he did not want to acknowledge his son for the time being, he did not feel comfortable being fed by the little guy all the time. It was not a bad idea to take the opportunity to persuade him to call him father. Little Nyenma glared at him. "You are taking advantage of me. We are about the same age. We're good friends. Good brothers." Shinjili was speechless. The heavenly law stone laughed. "Ha ha, good brothers." Shunjuli had an illusion that he had shot himself in the foot. He did not want to talk to his rebellious son anymore. He turned his eyes back to the crystal ball and saw Ning Shuama holding the hand of the child named Xiaochan finally walking into the shop. The shop was still the same. The layout inside was still the same. Even the black rafters on the roof were still there. The white jade dolls on the shelves were dazzling. It was no different from the last time Ning Shuama was here. As for the shop owner, he was still the same person. Although the business was booming, he still looked as if someone owed him 8 million taels of silver. After selling so many dolls, it was obvious that he was like an assembly line. Ning Shuama brought the child in. He held a white jade doll in one hand and a carving knife in the other. Without even lifting his head, he asked, "Birth date and 8 characters." Ning Shuama laughed. "Oh, you have so many dolls here. Let's choose one ourselves." "You can't choose." The man did not have any intention to bend the rules. "Tell me the child's birth characters." His voice was harsh. It seemed that if Ning Shuama did not tell him, he would chase Ning Shuama and her son out. "Why are you so fierce when doing business? There's so many dolls. You should at least choose one that suits your eyes, right?" Ning Shuama did not care about his attitude and began to walk in front of the shelves. The father and son who had been watching all this through the crystal ball also took the opportunity to see the layout of the shop. And mother brought back those 2 dolls. "Why are there 2 identical dolls on the shelf?" Little Nianma pointed at the 2 dolls on the shelf. Shunjuli's gaze also fell on the 2 dolls. Sure enough, one was a red dudu while the other was a blue dudu. Both of them were full of life. He asked little Nianma, "Is it really the same?" Little Nianma nodded. "Yes, I've studied those 2 dolls, and I remember them very clearly. Their expressions and movements are exactly the same." Shunjuli narrowed his eyes and spat out 3 words, "Rebirth technique." Little Nianma was confused. "Huh?" Shunjuli explained. "This is a very ancient evil technique. The person who performed the technique first used a few fetuses as the demon fetus to refine this thing that looks like white jade. Once this thing is successfully refined, it will be inexhaustible. He then used this thing to carve the voodoo dolls. Because the fetuses are the purest things in the world, the white jade refined from them does not have any evil aura. It can even absorb the evil aura and absorb the evil aura from the original voodoo dolls into its stomach. No matter how brilliant the gods are, they will not be able to detect the evil aura in it." Little Nianma widened his eyes and listened to the knowledge that Gu Shijio shared with him. The white jade refined from a fetus can be carved into the shape of 100 dolls. There are thousands of different dolls here, which proves that there should be more than 10 fetuses used to refine the demon fetus. Once he is refined enough, he can duplicate these dolls in something called the mother and son urn. Chapter 2199. Duplicate? Isn't the mother and child urn like a treasure bowl? If you put one in, you can take out countless others? Little Nianma tried to understand. Shunjuli nodded. The nature is similar. As long as the dolls made from the bones of the primordial fetus are not taken out, there will be an endless supply of these dolls. So, the demon fetus made from the 10 fetuses is the mother doll, and the rest of the child dolls? The Heavenly Law Stone joined in the discussion. Yes, the dolls that he sells are all child dolls. These child dolls are evil. Even if you hold it in your hand, you will not be able to see anything. However, it will gradually control the mind of the children whose birth characters are written on it. The person who made this kind of doll can use the mother doll to control these children and make them work for him. The person who made this magic is trying to control the rhythm of the children in the city. The Heavenly Law Stone could not figure it out. If the person behind this is Luo Jiochin, why does he want to control so many children? Does he want them to fight for him? What can a group of children do? Shunjuli interrupted it and said, he does not want to control these children. He wants to do something to them. If I am not wrong, he wants to use the lives of all the children in the city to make something. The Heavenly Law Stone was speechless. That bastard is so evil. Shunjuli closed his eyes slightly and said coldly, 50,000 years ago, he did not want to be possessed by the devil, so he dared to encourage Miao Fan to make the sorcery. Now that he is completely possessed by the devil, he can do whatever he wants. Meow Fan's foundation is weak, but he still created such a disaster. Now that he is possessed by the devil, once he succeeds, I am afraid. I am afraid that you are no match for him, right? The Heavenly Lost Stone's heart sank. 50,000 years ago, Luo Jiuchen's kung fu was almost the same as Shun Juli's. Shun Juli could not control Luo Jiuchen in one fell swoop. Now, although Shun Juli was reborn, he was still in the form of a child. It was unknown whether his kung fu could be restored immediately after he returned to his human form. Even if it could be restored, it could only be restored to the previous level. Luo Jiuchen's kung fu had improved a lot. If he practiced evil kung fu unscrupulously, it was very likely that he could improve his kung fu by 4 or 5 times in a short time. At that time, even if Shun Juli recovered to his original level, he would still be no match for him. Once such a person entered the demonic path, he would be a huge threat. The Heavenly Tao Stone also felt that the future was not optimistic. Looks like things aren't looking good. The Heavenly Tao Stone commented. What did you see? Shun Juli asked. The Stone of Heavenly Axiom should know the past and the future, especially the future. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, the Stone of Heavenly Axiom would not allow anyone to interfere with the matters of the Heavenly Axiom. The Heavenly Tao Stone paused for a moment and replied embarrassedly, Back then, in order to let that little girl break the enchantment to help you, I used up all my spiritual power and have been cultivating. After cultivating for so long, I only recovered half of my vitality, but I still have to resurrect you. The half of my vitality that I recovered was all for your resurrection. Now, I can no longer sense the true intentions of the Heavenly Tao. Others did not know the ins and outs of the Heavenly Tao Stone, but Shun Juli knew it very well. The Stone of Heavenly Tao actually represented the mouthpiece of the Heavenly Tao. When someone violated the Heavenly Tao, the Stone of Heavenly Tao would show the Heavenly Tao's decree to Shun Juli, the guardian of the Heavenly Tao, and then let him set things right. Chapter 2200. Now that the Heavenly Law Stone did not have enough power, it could not sense the heavenly laws. Naturally, it could not predict the future. The more the Heavenly Law Stone thought about it, the more pessimistic it became. Are we going to be destroyed again? If we allow Luo Jiuchen to grow, I am afraid that he will treat all 6 worlds as his toys. Shun Juli replied calmly, Do you think I am dead? The Heavenly Law Stone answered, I am not trying to discourage you, but if he succeeds in practicing the evil art, you will not be able to defeat him. Shun Juli replied calmly, Then, let's not let him succeed. How can we stop him? The Heavenly Law Stone did not know where to start. Look at these people. He has sold at least a few thousand of these voodoo dolls. Shun Juli narrowed his eyes and said, There is only one way. We have to destroy this shop and the mother's son urn. Just as he said this, he heard a series of crashing sounds coming from the crystal. Little Nianma, who had been staring at the crystal, shouted, Mother is so aggressive. Destroy his shop. Shun Juli was speechless. His eyes flashed with a flash of light. Although his Shuama did not know the origin of the voodoo dolls, she had the same idea as him. What a smart girl. Ning Shuama was indeed destroying the shop. The reason was that the shop owner did not allow her to choose the dolls and even chased her out. However, she insisted on choosing the dolls. When she was chased out, she was furious. How can you not allow people to choose the dolls? This is so annoying. I am going to destroy this place. Therefore, she did not wait for the shop owner to respond. She picked up a stick from nowhere and attacked the wooden shelf with it. Her strength was not the strength of an ordinary person. Her movements were so fast that the shop owner did not have time to react. When the shop owner came to stop her, the white jade dolls on the shelf had already fallen to the ground like rain and were smashed into pieces. Xiao Chun curled up in a corner, biting her finger as she stared with her mouth agape. The shop owner rushed over to stop her, but Ning Shuama seemed to be in the mood to fight. She waved the stick in her hand like Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. Not only did she destroy all the dolls in the shop, even the shop owner who tried to stop her was hit several times. By the time the people outside heard the commotion inside and rushed in to stop them, there was not a single complete white jade doll left in the store. The citizens of Nether City had already treated the shop owner as the only straw that could save the lives of their dolls. Seeing this scene, those who had yet to buy their dolls were naturally enraged and rushed forward to capture Ning Xiumo. Those people were just ordinary people. Although they had some strength, wanting to capture Ning Xiumo was just a fool's dream. Ning Xiumo dodged left and right inside the store, rampaging about. After a short moment, she seemed to be in a panic and ran into the store's inner room. The interior of the store was very simple. There was a large coffin for the owner to sleep in, as well as a few tables and chairs. The place was also extremely cramped. Some of the angry citizens of Nether City also rushed in and swore to catch this troublemaker and send her to the officials. The whole jade store was in chaos. Ning Xiumo was a self-destructive system. Wherever she went, she would smash the place. The sound of crashing was endless. The shop owner naturally chased after her. "Stop it! Stop it! Hey, stop it!" Shen Yinma could not help but feel excited. Great! Mother is so cool. Such a strange store should be destroyed. Chapter 22:01. Shun Juli kept staring at the shop owner. Judging from the shop owner's words and actions, he looked like an ordinary craftsman from the underworld, not like he was possessed by something. Wherever Ning Xiumo walked, Shun Juli's camera would turn to that direction. Therefore, whatever Ning Xiumo could see, Shun Juli could also see. He stared at the shop owner for a while and was sure that this person was not possessed by Luo Jiuchen. At most, he was just doing odd jobs for Luo Jiuchen. And he also saw the layout of the house. It should not be able to hide the mother-child urn. He tapped the lotus petals beside him with his fingers, thinking about where the mother-child urn would be. After thinking for a while, his eyes finally fell on the coffin. The coffin was very heavy, almost occupying half of the inner room. It should be more than enough to hide a large vat, let alone a mother-child urn. If he could think of this, Ning Xiumo naturally thought of it too. Because she had been here before, she found more suspicious things. Although the shop owner was still the same shop owner, his temperament seemed to have changed, as if he had changed into another person. Ning Xiumo herself had reincarnated several times, so she was most familiar with this. Therefore, the first thing she thought of was that the shop owner in front of her had been possessed before, and the white jade dolls here were even more strange. People in this era would not mass-produce the same thing, especially jade, which was particular about the shape of each jade. But the dolls here were like replicas. Some of them were exactly the same as the previous one, and the dolls did not even change their gestures. She didn't know how many times she had studied the two dolls she had chosen, so she naturally remembered their appearance by heart. She remembered that one of the dolls had a piece of flesh missing from its finger. She did not expect that the same doll she found again had the same defect on their fingers, and even the size was exactly the same. Obviously, they were made from the same mold. Because there were too many types of dolls, Ning Xiumo did not notice this when she first came in a few days ago. Now that she had noticed it, she would not let it go. Although she did not know the process of making the voodoo dolls, she was keenly aware that there was something unusual about it. It was fine if the dolls were exactly the same, but the way it was sold, the dolls inside were actually the same. It was as if there was a treasure bowl hidden somewhere that could produce endless dolls. She came in to look for this treasure bowl. She seemed to be running up and down in panic, but in fact, she had been looking for all suspicious places. Her eyes quickly fell on the coffin. She had seen the shop owner sleeping in it before, so she did not look carefully. Now that she saw the coffin's lid, the coffin's lid almost hit the shop owner's head. The innkeeper hurriedly took a step back. Ning Xiumo had already turned the coffin upside down. There was only a quilt bedding in the coffin. There was nothing else suspicious. It could not be. It was simple. The coffin was an interlayer. At this time, Ning Xiumo did not have time to slowly explore the interlayer. She simply used the staff in her hand, and with a few swings of the staff, the huge coffin was directly smashed into pieces by her. Shun Juli squinted his eyes. There was nothing in the coffin. Because the top coffin was smashed, a large mahogany coffin below was directly exposed. It was actually a coffin inside a coffin. Chapter 2202. The large mahogany coffin was tightly fastened. It was unusually sturdy. The shop owner's expression changed, and he rushed over. "You're crazy. Stop it." Ning Shuamal flicked the stick, and the shop owner was sent flying. She sneered. "Why you have two coffins in your house? Do you sleep in two of them?" She raised the stick and tried to flick the lid of the coffin. She thought that she could flick the lid of the coffin away, but she did not expect that she would fail. "Catch her!" The shop owner was furious. He did not care that his face was swollen, and he rushed over again. Ning Shuamal always thought that the shop owner was a hidden master. She deliberately hit him a few times just to force him to show his real skills. She did not expect that this person was so tenacious. He was beaten up so badly, but he still looked clumsy. How pretentious. She had to show him his true colors. She waved the long stick and slapped away 3 people who rushed to help the shop owner. She raised the head of the stick again, but this time it was imbued with an unparalleled power of telekinesis. It pressed down on the shop owner's skinny body. The wind whistled, and the whole room was filled with the sharp sound of the wind. Everything in the room was blown up by the strong wind. Before they could fly into the air, they were broken into pieces. The power was amazing. The people who rushed in were all shocked. This kind of kung fu was not something that an ordinary woman could do. Who was this person? These people were blown away by the wind from the stick and could no longer move forward. Meanwhile, the shop owner was still standing there. Ning Shuamal's large stick was like Mount Tai pressing down on his head as it headed straight for him. In this situation, if he did not use his skills to fight back, Ning Shuamal's stick would probably crush him into a meat patty. When Ning Shuamal's stick came down, she had already prepared several possible ways for him to counterattack, leaving behind several paths of retreat. In the end, at such a dangerous moment, the shop owner did not dodge. He even subconsciously covered his head with his hands. Ning Shuamal wanted to kill a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a stick. She did not expect that the person under the stick was a real rabbit. She had no choice but to change the direction of her staff. The stick flew over the shop owner's head and smashed into the ground beneath his feet. The power of this strike was not small. The entire ground cracked like a spider web, spreading in all directions. Cracks appeared on the walls of the shop. "Oh no, the house is going to collapse. Run, run." Those who had run into the room to help were scared out of their wits and ran out one after another, with a rumbling sound. The entire shop finally collapsed. Fortunately, everyone had already escaped, so no one was injured. The commoners who were queuing outside were all dumbfounded. They moved far away. No one knew what had happened, but they were all discussing it. Some were cursing, some were shouting. It was as chaotic as a market. After the dust settled, people saw that the valiant woman was still standing in the ruins, and there was not a single speck of dust on her body. The shop owner was squatting not far away from her, trembling. His face was deathly pale, as if he had been scared silly. He was trembling nonstop. Ning Shuamal was standing on the blood-red coffin. At this moment, it was exposed in public and looked a little strange. Although people in the underworld slept in coffins, the coffins they slept in were black and gray. This was the first time they had seen a blood-red coffin. Chapter 2203. The seething crowd instantly quieted down. The blood-eating coffin. Shinjuli blurted out when he saw the coffin. "Huh?" Shin Yinma's eyes widened in confusion. The coffin is made with blood as a sacrifice. When a person enters the coffin and activates the blood curse, the person will be devoured, leaving nothing behind, Shinjuli explained. He wanted to share some knowledge with his son. Shin Yinma almost jumped up. "Won't my mother be in danger?" His mother was standing on the coffin lid. The lid of the coffin had cracked. If his mother used a little force, it might break directly and his mother would fall into the coffin. Shinjuli remained calm. "Don't worry. With her kung fu, even if she falls in, she will be able to come out unscathed. This coffin can only devour people from the underworld. It will not devour others." Shin Yinma was relieved and sat down again. "That's good." His pair of big eyes fell on Shinjuli. His eyes were full of admiration. "Hey, how do you know so much?" This person seemed to be about the same age as him. but the breadth of his knowledge could almost be described as terrifying. Shen Yinma felt that he was already a super smart baby. Whether it was knowledge or kung fu, he was a million times better than his peers. He did not expect that the lotus baby he met in the stone was even better. Shun Jili patted his hand. You will know so much in the future. Remember, when you encounter something, think and ask more questions. He took the opportunity to teach his son. Children always worship the strong, and even their peers were no exception. Shen Yinma was originally full of curiosity about Shun Jili. Now, he admired him. He turned his hand and held Shun Juli's hand. We're good friends. Good friends have no secrets. You have to teach me everything you know in the future. Shun Jili looked at his son's hand that was intertwined with his own. It looked very funny. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He did not dislike holding his son's hand, but he felt that it was strange to shake his son's hand in his current state. He calmly pulled his hand back. Don't worry. I will teach you more knowledge in the future, Shen Yinma smiled. He had been lacking a playmate since he was young. Now that he had a playmate who was about the same age as him, it was a gift from the sky. Lotus Lord, we have made a promise. We will play together in the future and be best friends. Little Yinma was finally willing to call him Lord Lotus. Shun Jili patted his son's head and said, Don't worry. It was impossible to be best of friends, but it was very possible to be the best father, and son was the best father. After he recovered, Shun Yinma of the underworld, he had already made 100 training plans for his son and his heart, which would be enough to keep him busy, of course. Shen Yinma did not know what his father was thinking. He sat next to Shun Jili excitedly and watched the crystal ball with him. In the crystal ball, the situation on Ning Shuima's side had changed again. She had smashed the shop and caused such a huge commotion that it naturally alerted the patrolling soldiers on the street. A team of about 200 Netherworld soldiers, led by a small leader, barged into the scene. What's going on? What happened? Who is the troublemaker? The arrival of the soldiers finally brought the people back to their senses. In an instant, the crowd was agitated and began to complain about Ning Shuima's crazy behavior of smashing the shop. Chapter 2204. There was a lot of noise at the scene. Sir, this crazy woman destroyed the jade shop. Yes, she's too crazy. She destroyed the shop just because we didn't let her choose the dolls. Now that all the dolls in the shop are destroyed, we can't buy any more. It wasn't easy for us to have such a hope, but it was destroyed by this woman again. Yes, she probably didn't want us to buy the protection dolls. Her motive is terrible. This person definitely has bad intentions. Could she be the devil who stole our children? Is she afraid that if our children buy the protection dolls, she won't be able to do it again? A person's ability to divert their thoughts was very strong. As these people talked, they gradually pinned the crime of child theft on Ning Shuima's head. The leader looked at the collapsed jade shop, and then looked at Ning Shuima, who was still standing on the coffin lid. He shook his head and ordered the soldiers beside him. This woman's actions are suspicious. Take her down. The soldiers surrounded Ning Shuima in a flurry. Ning Shuima's eyes flickered slightly. She didn't open her mouth to explain. Now was not the time to explain. She only did one thing. She pulled out a long whip out of nowhere. A few minutes later, the 200 soldiers, along with the leader, all fell to the ground. They were all lying on the ground in a mess. Every one of them had their acupoints sealed and could no longer move. All the onlookers were stunned and stepped back. This woman's kung fu had reached an unimaginable level. Who exactly was she? With her kung fu, it was possible for her to slaughter the entire city. The shop owner also blended into the crowd silently and wanted to escape with the crowd. Ning Shuima raised her long whip and coiled it around his waist. With a bit of strength, she pulled him back. The shop owner was so scared that his face turned pale. He stuttered, What are you doing? Let me go. You destroyed my shop, and you still want to kill me to silence me? Ning Shuima was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She only said, I'll deal with you later. At this moment, there were many patrolling soldiers in Nether City. With such a big commotion, it soon attracted their attention. 7 or 8 groups of soldiers rushed over. Everyone liked to watch a good show. The chaos here naturally attracted more people to gather here. More and more people gathered around, and the crowd became denser and denser. "Mother, what are you doing?" Shin Yimma was puzzled. Why did his mother not open the coffin and destroy the things inside? Why did she stand there and wait for someone to catch her? She's trying to create a sensation. Shinjili could guess what Ning Shuima was thinking. Huh? Little Nianma still did not understand. Shunjuli's gaze was fixed on the crystal ball, and a smile slowly blossomed on his lips. Your mother is very smart. Although little Nianma was still confused, he felt happier when someone praised his mother than when he was praised himself. He proudly said, "Of course. My mother is the smartest woman in the world. No one could be compared to her." In the hearts of children, their parents were always the best. Therefore, Shunjili was not surprised when little Nianma said so. He smiled gently and asked his son, "What about your father?" Shin Nianma was stunned and raised his head. "My father is the smartest man in the world, but unfortunately—" "What's a pity?" Shunjili asked casually. Chapter 22:05. Unfortunately, he is no longer here. Shin Nianma lowered his head. Shunjili paused for a moment. "Didn't you say that he will come back? Perhaps he will come back soon and return to you and your mother." Shin Nianma pursed his lips. In front of this friend, he could not help but want to tell the truth. "My father may not be able to come back." Shunjili was puzzled. "Why do you say so?" Shin Nianma lowered his eyes. "My mother told me that my father had gone to a faraway place to practice and would come back in the future. At first, I believed her. However, later on, I found out that my mother was only worried that I would be sad, so she comforted me." "How did you find out later on?" Shunjili did not change his expression. "After my father left, my mother returned to the Mo Palace as if she had lost her soul. Although she tried her best to be normal in front of me and make me happy, I often saw her in the days when there was no one around. In her dreams, she would call my father's name and ask him not to die." Shunjuli's fingers trembled slightly. It was the first time he heard Shin Nianma talk about this. He did not speak and listened to Shin Nianma. "Later on, my mother went to the underground to look for Mother Earth. I secretly heard by Zay and the others talking about it. They said that my mother was looking for Mother Earth to find a way to revive my father. She was fine when she went, but when she came back, she was injured and almost died. She mumbled in her coma, 'I can't die. What will happen to my son if I die?' She also mumbled, 'I'm so tired, Julie. I don't want to hold on anymore. Why did you leave me? I would rather die with you.' Shin Nianma sniffed and told him all the secrets he heard at that time. At that time, I knew that my father would never come back, but I did not dare to show it. I was afraid that my mother would be worried about me. I knew that she had been living for me, so I desperately relied on her and tried my best to stay by her side. My mother actually died a few times, but I always stayed by her side. I was afraid that she would really leave me." Shin Nianma's voice began to choke. "My father is really gone. Otherwise, if he saw the suffering that my mother went through, he would definitely come to her regardless of everything. However, he did not. Not even once. My father didn't appear when Luo Jiuchen forced her to severely injure her. He didn't appear when my mother and I were chased out of Fantian Palace by Luo Jiuchen. He didn't appear when she was wrongly imprisoned in the immortal world's prison and mysteriously executed. He didn't appear when I was almost killed by the Celestial Emperor and the Four Realms. My father once said that my mother and I were the most important people in his life, but our lives were hanging by a thread several times, and my father didn't appear." Shunjuli's face turned slightly pale. He didn't know that Shuima and his son had suffered so much after his death. He also finally understood the main reason why Ning Shuima desperately wanted to come back after transmigrating. His fingers slowly clenched. The Sky Emperor and Luo Jiuchen. He would make these two pay with their blood. Little Nianma continued, "Therefore, my father must be dead. If he is not dead, how can he leave me and my mother behind? How can he bear to see both of us being bullied? He's an idiot." Shunjuli sighed as an evaluation of his past. Little Nianma did not want to accept it. He could blame his father, but he would not allow others to say anything. Chapter 22:06. He suddenly jumped up. "You are the idiot." You are not allowed to scold my father." Shunjuli was speechless. The heavenly law stone could not help but laugh again. Shunjuli glanced at it coldly, and the heavenly law stone could not help but tremble. It was not convinced. "Why are you looking at me? Idiot! Help me recover as soon as possible." The heavenly law stone was speechless. "You're the idiot, right? Not only did you scold yourself, but you also let your son scold you." The heavenly law stone muttered in its heart, but it was still very happy. In the last time when they sealed Zisha, Shunjuli used the power of his soul to completely purify Zisha. He was dead, and there was no hope for him to be resurrected. At that time, the heavenly law stone was very worried. It was afraid that it would break its promise to Ning Shuima. It did not expect that at the moment when Ning Shuima was reborn here, it could capture the complete soul of Shunjuli. The absorption ability of this soul was unusually strong. The heavenly law stone used its own supreme spiritual power to nourish it. It absorbed the souls that had long been annihilated between heaven and earth and slowly gathered them together to form a lotus in its body, allowing him to be reborn. However, although he was reborn, his growth was very slow. He could have recovered his body in half a month, but he only returned to the form of a baby. This time, if little Nyenma was not in danger and triggered a nerve of the Divine Lord, he would not have woken up. Sure enough, the power of stimulation from family was strong. Little Nyenma's words made the Divine Lord want to recover quickly. The heavenly law stone took the opportunity to negotiate with Shunjuli. "I can help you recover as soon as possible, but you have to provide me with a blood-red crystal. I can double the spiritual power in here." Shunjuli did not speak. He slowly opened his palm, and a red light flashed in it. A crystal-clear blood-red stone appeared. The heavenly law stone was speechless. Shin-Yinma looked at the stone curiously. "This stone is very beautiful. It is much more beautiful than the white stone. Heavenly Tao stone." It had no time to quarrel with the father and son. With a little force, the blood-red stone flew directly from Shunjuli's hand and landed on a crystal. Then, the color of the blood-red stone faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it was reduced to dust. The crystal in the crystal cave seemed to have absorbed enough energy. Its color became brighter, and the light waves inside it flickered even more intensely. Even Shun Yinma could feel the surge of energy inside. Shunjuli glanced at the image displayed on the crystal ball. Ning Shuima was still standing on the coffin. Around her, the soldiers were lying on the ground. The rest who could still stand were hiding far away, not daring to come close. More and more soldiers arrived, and the titles of the generals leading them also increased. All the citizens of Nether City were alarmed by this incident. People were jostling and jostling as they rushed over. Looking from the crystal ball, they saw a sea of black heads. After Ning Shuima defeated a large number of soldiers from the underworld, most of them did not dare to come forward. They only stood at a distance and shouted. Ning Shuima did not explain. She only said one sentence: "Go and ask your King Yama to come here." When she first said this sentence, the leading soldiers laughed loudly at her. They laughed at her for not knowing her own strength and wanted to see King Yama without knowing her own strength. Then, the leading soldier insisted that Ning Shuima was the thief who stole the child. He ordered the soldiers to shoot arrows as if he wanted to turn her into a hedgehog. Chapter 2207. The rain of arrows was like a swarm of locusts flying toward Ning Shuima. Ning Shuima did not even move. Instead, she twirled her long whip. In the blink of an eye, all the arrows were deflected by her long whip. All the arrowheads were gone, and the long arrows that had lost their arrowheads all flew back and hit their owners. Thus, the archers fell to the ground. Her move shocked all the citizens and the soldiers. Finally, someone rushed a report to the Netherworld King. "Mother is so cool." Little Nyenma was excited. He then turned to ask Shunjuli, "Isn't my mother cool?" Shunjuli closed his eyes to rest and ignored him. Little Nyenma touched his nose and turned to look at the crystal ball again. He did not want to miss any scene. Perhaps because they had been together for a long time, little Nyenma did not notice that his companion had grown taller. Dark clouds were surging in the distance, and a shout came from afar. Hades is here! Hades is here! The people of Hades City knelt on the ground to welcome their king. Among the people who knelt, Ning Xiuma, who was standing on the coffin, stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Hades was riding on a black tiger. The roar of the black tiger made the surrounding people kneel on the ground and shiver. Hades was accompanied by many guards and ministers. Each of them was riding on a ferocious beast. It was a big group of people with great power. These people had their own power. Even if they were walking on the road, they were still very impressive. The people on both sides of the road could not lift their heads. At this moment, the invisible power generated by Hades and the high-ranking officers was pressing toward Ning Xiuma, who was standing on the coffin. If it was someone who was slightly weaker, there was no need for the Nether King to speak. Just this pressure alone was enough to make people bow their heads and kneel, trembling in fear. However, Ning Xiuma just stood there casually with a trace of a lazy smile on her lips. It was as if she didn't feel the strong pressure coming from the other side. The officer next to Hades shouted at Ning Xiuma, "Who are you? Why aren't you kneeling in front of His Majesty, the King of Hell?" A sharp voice pierced through the air and reverberated through the entire street, indicating that this person's kung fu was not low. Ning Xiuma smiled lazily. "I want to see your Lord of Hell, not to bow down to him." At this moment, she was still dressed like an ordinary woman in the underworld. The Netherworld King and his subordinates sized her up, but couldn't recognize who she was. The Nether King had obviously heard about her on the way here. He asked in a deep voice, "Where did this woman come from? Why did you destroy a jade store? Why did you kill so many soldiers?" While he was speaking, the masters of the underworld had quietly spread out and surrounded Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma didn't seem to notice the soldiers surrounding her. She smiled faintly. "Kill or injure? I did injure them, but killing them, I won't admit to this crime." As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her fingertips and countless gusts of wind flew out. The deathly pale and motionless soldiers on the ground moved their bodies and then jumped up from the ground. Everyone had a blank look on their faces, as if they had just fallen asleep. The reason why the Netherworld King was alarmed this time was not because the jade store was destroyed, but because these soldiers were knocked down. Everyone thought that they had been killed. Now that they had all jumped up and were alive and well, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 2208. The Nether King's face finally looked better. "What do you mean by this?" Ning Xiuma smiled. "If not, why would your Majesty come here personally?" The Nether King said, "So you made such a big commotion just to see me. Now that you have seen me, can you tell me your purpose?" Ning Xiuma said, "I wonder what your Majesty thinks about the people losing their children." The Nether King frowned. "I have sent people to investigate this matter thoroughly. Have you found anything?" The Nether King's eyes were sharp. "Maybe I have found something." Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? You found a mastermind behind this? Who is it?" The Nether King sneered. "Far away on the horizon, right in front of you." Ning Xiuma smiled. "So your Majesty is suspecting me. If you suspect someone, you need evidence. I wonder what evidence your Majesty has to prove that I am the mastermind behind this." A minister beside the Nether King couldn't help. "You still don't admit it? If you're not the mastermind behind this, why did you destroy the jade shop?" Ning Xiuma crossed her arms. "How is destroying the jade shop related to losing children?" The minister sneered. "You know that the white jade dolls sold by the jade shop are protective dolls. Buying these dolls can prevent the children from being lost. You are afraid that all the children in the city will have such dolls, so you will not be able to get your way. Naturally, you will destroy the jade shop first. Now that there are witnesses and evidence, you still dare to quibble? Who are you? You must have a sinister motive for doing this. You want the people of the Netherworld to have no descendants. Your intention is worthy of death." The minister was eloquent. His words had already pinned countless labels on Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma ignored the minister and turned her gaze to the Nether King. "Your Majesty also believes that the dolls in the jade shop are protective dolls?" The Nether King choked. After all, He was recuperating in the palace. He only heard a little about this matter and didn't take it to heart. Now that he heard Ning Shuima's question, he couldn't answer. This. It is said that the children who bought these dolls were not lost. Your Majesty, it's true. The children who bought dolls were all safe and sound at home. Even if they ran around the streets, they wouldn't get lost. However, many of the children who didn't buy dolls suddenly disappeared. Someone in the crowd shouted, "That's right, that's right. The kid from old Zhang's house next door had this doll. That kid didn't go missing. My son was playing with him, but he went missing." Someone echoed loudly, "Yes, yes. Mine is the same. My daughter used to play with Jiur on the streets. My daughter suddenly disappeared, but Jiur was still fine. At that time, Jiur was hugging a white jade doll." Right, right. More and more people echoed in the crowd. This proved that the white jade doll was indeed a guardian doll. With so many witnesses, it was even more certain that the white jade doll was the guardian doll. The Nether King nodded slightly. His gaze landed on Ning Shuima. "What do you have to say now?" Ning Shuima did not bat an eyelid. "Very good. Then are most of the parents who lost their children here? Come out first. I have something to ask you." Those who lost their children were filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, the Nether King was here to support them. Hence, they weren't afraid that Ning Shuima would play tricks on them. They all stood out. These people who lost their children were filled with grief and indignation. Now, they indeed suspected that Ning Shuima was the thief who secretly stole their children. Chapter 2209. These people have long been filled with grief and indignation after losing their children. Now that they suspected that Ning Shuima was the child thief, they were naturally filled with righteous indignation. If it weren't for Ning Shuima's profound martial arts, they would have thrown rotten eggs at her on the spot. Ning Shuima ignored their murderous gazes and said coldly, "Before your children were lost, did they play with the children who held the white jade dolls?" After she asked this question, the crowd fell silent. The parents of the children came from all over the country and didn't know each other. However, at this time, they almost spoke in unison. "Yes, my child was like this. My child was like this too. My daughter," people spoke one after another. Among the 58 parents who lost their children, 9 out of 10 admitted this. The parents who didn't admit it didn't know who their children played with before they were lost. Ning Shuima looked at Pluto with a faint smile. "Your Majesty, what do you think after hearing this? Do you still think that those white jade dolls are protective dolls?" Pluto looked at the minister in charge of investigating the case. "Is this true?" Sweat rolled down the minister's forehead, and he nodded. I have already investigated it. It is true. However, I have also investigated the children who held the white jade dolls. They were all children of normal and good families. There was nothing wrong with them. Moreover, they played with many other children. Those children were not lost. It was just a few that were lost." Pluto wasn't really confused. His face darkened. "Nonsense. Since the lost children played with the children who held the dolls, it proves that there is indeed something wrong with the white jade dolls. Why didn't you investigate it in the shops? Instead, you let the people buy the white jade dolls here as a kind of protective charm?" The minister was sweating profusely. I was negligent. Because the children in the city were lost one after another, as the minister in charge of investigating the case, he was under a lot of pressure. He wished that the children would never be lost again. If the white jade dolls could protect those children and prevent them from being lost, the pressure on him would be less. Therefore, he just let it be and even added fuel to the fire. Pluto sneered. "How could you overlook such an obvious suspicious point? Is your job as an imperial censor for nothing?" The official lowered his head and prostrated himself on the ground. "At first, I did have my suspicions and secretly visited this shop, but there was nothing suspicious about it. Young Master also said that I was investigating in the wrong direction, so—" The Nether King frowned. The young master that the minister was talking about was the Nether King's eldest son. He was talented and bold and could be considered a capable person. Back then, the Nether King was wrongly imprisoned in the immortal world's heavenly prison. The Nether world had no leader, so this eldest son became the substitute Nether King. A few days ago, this substitute Yama joined forces with the immortal world to attack the Mo Palace under the pretext of avenging his father. Originally, he wanted to get a share of the loot. However, he didn't expect that Ning Xiuma, the Devil Master, would return in time and all his efforts would be in vain. Not only did he fail to seize the territory, but he also got injured all over and almost lost his life. Fortunately, after Ning Xiuma came back, not only did she clear her name, but she also cleared Pluto's name. After the Celestial Emperor returned, he personally welcomed the Netherworld King out of the prison and apologized to him. After comforting him, he sent him back to the Netherworld. The Nether King was in charge of the Netherworld again, and the substitute Nether King was recuperating in the Nether Hall. Although the Nether King wasn't mistreated in the heavenly prison, the people of the Netherworld had a special physique. Naturally, they were very sensitive to the baleful aura in the immortal world's heavenly prison. Chapter 22:10. Although the Netherworld King wasn't tortured in the celestial prison, the people of the underworld had a special physique. The celestial prison in the immortal world was very sensitive to the evil spirit, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. Although he wasn't tortured, being locked in the prison for almost a month had consumed more than half of his power. He had been cultivating in the palace these days, and he wouldn't come out unless there was a big matter. He naturally didn't care about such a trivial matter as losing a few children in the city. If it wasn't for Ning Xiuma causing havoc in the streets and killing and injuring hundreds of underworld experts, he wouldn't have been disturbed. The Netherworld King thought his son was recuperating, so he didn't expect him to be involved in such a trivial matter. He didn't take it to heart and reprimanded the official. "You are the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Why do you need to disturb Hua to investigate such a case?" The official's face was bitter. "Yes, I know my mistake." It wasn't that he wanted to disturb the substitute Netherworld King, but after this matter came out, the substitute Netherworld King summoned him to the palace and asked him personally. He naturally had to report the truth. It was the young master who said that the direction of his investigation was wrong. He asked him to secretly investigate the demon world because he suspected that this matter had something to do with the sudden increase in the power of the demon world's demon master. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be said in public, so the official had to admit his mistake. The Netherworld King's gaze fell on the boss who was selling the white jade doll. "Why are you selling white jade dolls here? What kind of spell did you cast on the doll? Tell me the truth." The boss immediately cried out that he was wronged, saying that there was nothing wrong with his white jade doll. He was just a craftsman who sold it to make a living. How could he cast a spell? The boss didn't like to talk much when he was selling things, but he was eloquent when it came to defending himself. His words made the people around him nod. Because all the white jade dolls in the shop had been destroyed, the Netherworld King ordered people who had already bought the white jade dolls to send a few more up. The soldiers took 5 or 6 white jade dolls from the people who were watching the scene. The Netherworld King examined them carefully, but he didn't find anything wrong. There was no evil spirit on the dolls either. There was no lack of experts around the Netherworld King. These people checked the dolls again, but they didn't find anything strange. The Netherworld King turned his gaze to Ning Xiuma. "Why do you think that there is something wrong with the dolls? Perhaps the loss of those children had nothing to do with this white jade doll, and everything was just a coincidence." The corner of Ning Xiuma's mouth hooked up as she looked around. "How can there be so many coincidences in this world? Your Majesty, what jade is this white jade doll made of? How is the carving? How long does it take to carve such a doll?" The Netherworld King was experienced and knowledgeable. He looked at the doll in his hand and said, "This jade should be white jade. It's not very expensive, and the carving is not bad. It takes about 3 or 4 days to carve one." "Then, Your Majesty, how much do you think a doll like this should be sold for?" Hades frowned. 300 taels of silver should be reasonable. But he only sold your people for 20 coins. Ning Xiuma chuckled. "Your Majesty, don't you find it strange?" Before the Nether King could say anything, the shop owner beside him shouted angrily, "I'm only selling this white jade doll to establish good karma, not to earn money." The shop owner looked as if he had been wronged. "Is it wrong to form good karma? Must I be an unscrupulous merchant?" His words received the response of countless people. People were very welcoming to this kind of unscrupulous merchant, and the crowd was buzzing with praises. Chapter 22:11. Ning Xuema secretly shook her head. Everyone knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Even if there was a free lunch, it would most likely be a trap. But if there was a free lunch, everyone would fight for it. Ning Xuema smiled. So you are the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Well, I'll take it that you're compensating me. How many of these dolls have you carved? Why haven't you sold all of them after such a long time? The number of dolls in your shop is also not low. The shop owner snorted. I have carved these dolls long ago. I have a lot of them stored. What's so strange about not selling them all? The people around nodded again. Ning Xuema's lips curved into a smile. What you said makes sense. Then let me ask you, did you make this white jade doll? The shop owner's eyes flickered slightly, but he raised his head. Of course. I'm a famous jade carving master. Then, how long does it take you to carve these dolls? You have sold more than 4,000 white jade dolls, right? It takes 3 to 4 days to carve a doll. Just take it that you're a fast worker. 3 days is enough. It takes more than 10,000 days to carve 3 to 4,000 dolls, which is more than 30 years. You look like you're only 30 years old. Have you been working hard for this charity since you were born? The shop owner was stumped by the question. He paused and said, These white jade dolls are not made by me alone. I used to have a jade carving workshop, and I employed many jade carving masters. Where are those jade carving masters now? Can you call a few of them to testify for you? Ning Xuema pressed. The shop owner's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he said proudly, That workshop has long been dissolved, and those jade carving masters have also left. Where can I find them to testify? That's really unfortunate, but it doesn't matter. Although the workshop has been dissolved, the jade carving masters will not go missing. You should know their identities and origins. Then you can name a few of them and let His Majesty Pluto send people to find them. The shop owner's forehead was covered in more cold sweat. They're not from the underworld. Even if they are not from the underworld, the 6 realms are still connected. With His Majesty Pluto's means, it should be easy to find a few famous jade carving masters in the 6 realms. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? The Netherworld King nodded. He was confident about this. That's right. Why don't you tell me? I will send someone to investigate and ask. The shop owner's eyes flickered. He made up his mind and named a few jade carving masters. However, they were all unknown and lived in a very remote place. Even if the Netherworld King investigated according to the map, it would still take 4 to 5 days. The Nether King didn't hesitate and immediately sent people to investigate. Ning Xuema sighed. There's no need to check. It must be fake. The Netherworld King naturally asked for the reason. Ning Xuema said, Your Majesty, please find a few local jade carving masters. I have something to ask them. Of course, there were jade carving masters in Nether City. There were a few in the crowd, and they were even experts. After getting Nether King's permission, they all stood up and walked into the circle. Ning Xuema glanced at them. How are your jade carving skills? Before those people could speak, someone shouted from the side, They're the most famous jade carving masters in the city. Their craftsmanship is naturally excellent. Everyone agreed. It could be seen that these people were somewhat famous in Nether City. Ning Xuema only asked them one question. Masters, when you make jade carvings, can you carve exactly the same thing? Not the slightest difference. Chapter 22:12. The jade carving masters looked at each other and shook their heads. It's possible to carve a similar one, but it's too difficult to carve an identical one. That's right. Even if you can carve an identical one, every piece of jade has a different quality. It's impossible to be identical. Even if you copy it, you can't do it. There's always a slight difference in size. Ning Xuema smiled. Then, what if there's an identical one? The jade carving masters shook their heads. Impossible. It's impossible. Ning Xuema chuckled. But this shop owner did it. I found the exact same doll in this shop. Ning Xuema took out 4 dolls. 2 of them were wearing red doo-doo, and the other 2 were wearing blue doo-doo. Everyone, take a look at these 4 dolls and broaden your horizons. The 4 dolls were passed around by the jade carving masters. Finally, They were passed to the Netherworld King. Everyone was astonished. They were too similar. Even if they were cast from the same mold, they wouldn't be so similar. There wasn't a single difference. Everyone looked at each other and finally looked at the shop owner. The Netherworld King said in a low voice, "What do you say now?" The shop owner gritted his teeth and said, "These dolls aren't mine. This woman made them casually." After all, these dolls were taken out from Ning Shuima, so his explanation was reasonable. Ning Shuima smiled again. "You're really good at quibbling. I clearly bought these dolls from your shop, but you don't want to admit it. It doesn't matter. It seems that you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River." She glanced at the crowd. "I believe that many of you have bought dolls. Why don't you take them out and see if there's anything similar?" Because the commotion caused by Ning Shuima's actions wasn't small, it attracted the attention of many people. As a result, there were countless people who had already bought their dolls. Some of them even brought their dolls with them and took them out one after another. Of course, because it wasn't easy to buy them, no one wanted to be confiscated. They only let their children hold them and stand at the front of the line. The soldiers went to check them one by one. After checking 700 to 800 of them, they finally found 2 identical ones. After comparing them together, they were indeed exactly the same. The Nether King's gaze landed on the shop owner again. His gaze was sharp. "What else do you have to say now? How did you get this jade doll that looks exactly the same?" The truth was right in front of his eyes. The boss was tongue-tied and couldn't defend himself. The occasional similarity is purely a coincidence. At this point, no one believed the boss's words. The Nether King said angrily, "You still dare to lie?" The shopkeeper threw caution to the wind and said, "Your Majesty, even if this commoner's dolls are completely similar, they have never harmed anyone. On the contrary, they have saved people. Those who buy this commoner's dolls are all safe, aren't they? Why does Your Majesty need to ask this commoner how these dolls were made?" The Nether King frowned. There must be a reason behind this. Although the child who owned the doll didn't go missing, the other children who played with him went missing. Who knows if you didn't cast a strange spell on the doll to make the other children lose their minds and be abducted? Your Majesty, this is all your speculation. It can't be used as evidence to prove that this commoner did it. The Nether King said, "Then how do you explain why these white jade dolls look exactly the same? Since you're innocent, why are you afraid of telling the truth?" Chapter 22:13. The shop owner was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said, This is the secret recipe of my family. Forgive me for not being able to tell you." Ning Shuima crossed her arms and listened. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "I might have found his method." She kicked the coffin below and said the secret should be inside. Actually, everyone had noticed the big red coffin when they came. However, they were distracted by the war of words later. Now that they heard what Ning Shuima said, everyone looked at the coffin. The most common thing for the people of Nether City was coffins. They saw that this coffin was brighter and bigger, but there was nothing strange about it. Everyone looked at Ning Shuima and waited for her to give an answer. The shop owner's face changed slightly. He quietly took a step back. Ning Shuima saw the change in his expression and became even more convinced of her inference. She jumped down from the coffin, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. Up until now, there have been 6 groups of people who wanted to destroy this coffin. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and didn't let them destroy it. She kicked the coffin and sent it flying. It spun in the air and then fell somewhere else. The onlookers didn't know what she was doing. They looked at the coffin and saw that it was still intact. They didn't see anything wrong with it. Someone with sharp eyes suddenly shouted, "What is that?" Everyone looked in the direction that the man was pointing and sucked in a breath of cold air. At the place where the coffin was originally, there were 6 badly mutilated people lying there. These 6 people were holding sharp weapons in their hands. They were pressed into the ground and didn't move at all. The Nether King looked at the 6 people and then looked at the coffin. These 6 people wanted to pry open the bottom of the coffin and steal the things inside. Ning Shuima said indifferently, "Your Majesty is wise." These 6 people did want to use the earth escape technique to break the bottom of the coffin. I found them in time and knocked them unconscious. The Nether King was speechless. Soldiers had already gone over and pulled out the 6 people like pulling out radishes. Of the 6 people, 4 were already dead, and the other 2 were seriously injured and unconscious. The underworld had its own methods to wake them up. However, when the 2 of them woke up and looked around, their eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Ning Xiuma had just said, "In case they commit suicide." But before she could finish her sentence, the 2 men's heads tilted to the side and blood flowed from the corners of their lips. It was obvious that both of them had a strong poison hidden in their mouths. Once they realized that something was wrong, they would bite open their medicine pouches and commit suicide. The Nether King looked at the shop owner with a cold gaze. "Who sent them?" The shopkeeper's face was pale, but his expression was innocent. "This commoner doesn't know." The Nether King ordered, "Search these people. Let's see what markings we can find." A moment later, the person in charge of the body search reported, "Your Majesty, these people are very clean. I can't tell their origins. Only one of them has a token." He presented a black jade token. Ning Xiuma also saw the token, and her eyes narrowed slightly. That token looked very similar to her Mo Palace's token of entry and exit. This was a prelude to slander her Mo Palace. Fortunately, she was here. Otherwise, Mo Palace would definitely be the scapegoat. Although the Nether King had never seen Mo Palace's token, the word "Mo" on it was enough for him to guess who it was. The Nether King's face was gloomy, and the general beside him also saw the token. Chapter 22:14. The Netherworld King's face sank. The general beside him also saw the plaque and blurted out, "Could they be sent by the demon realm? What does that demon master want to do? Isn't it enough that she injured our current Netherworld King and many generals? She also wants to harm our children." The other generals and ministers were also furious. Does that demon master still hold a grudge against us for attacking back then? She wants revenge. That's highly possible. Demons are demons, after all. They like to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Although we were deceived back then and followed them to attack, I'm afraid that Demon Master will hold a grudge against us for the rest of her life and want to take revenge at all times. Then she's too cruel. Didn't she say that she would let bygones be bygones? Although the Mo Palace suffered a great loss, our Netherworld also suffered a great loss. Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and listened to their discussion. She didn't interrupt, but the corners of her lips curled up into a cold smile. Were these people idiots? Which assassin would bring something so obvious with them when they went out to do something? People who could be called assassins were all ruthless and meticulous. They were assassins, not substandard goods. How could they make such a low-level mistake? The Netherworld King raised his hand and stopped everyone's discussion. Maybe someone framed her. Everything is not set in stone yet. Don't make wild guesses. His words silenced everyone. The Netherworld King looked at Ning Xiuma again. "What's in this coffin?" Ning Xiuma tapped the coffin lid with the stick in her hand and said casually, "You'll know once you open it." The coffin lid was opened by Ning Xiuma with a stick, and the item inside was finally revealed. The item in the blood-red coffin was very simple. It was just a jar. The jar looked very ordinary. It looked a bit like a common cinerary urn. The only difference was that it was bone-white and looked very dull. "What's this?" The Netherworld King looked at the shop owner. The shop owner said, "This is the cinerary urn of my wife. My wife and I had always loved each other. She passed away before me. I was very reluctant to part with her, so I sealed her ashes in this jar and placed them in the coffin. They've been with me ever since." He made up a very smooth lie. Ning Xiuma sneered. "So this is your beloved wife's ashes? What's the meaning of the blood coffin?" This commoner's wife loved to wear red when she was alive. This commoner is only helping her fulfill her wish. Ning Xiuma chuckled. "Is that so?" She lowered her head and looked at the inconspicuous jar. "It does look like an urn. I just don't know if there are any ashes inside." She reached out to grab the jar, but the shopkeeper rushed over. "Don't disturb her." His eyes were filled with anger. "The dead should be respected. Don't tell me you won't even let the dead go." Before he could reach her, he was swatted away by Ning Xiuma's sleeve. The shop owner staggered from Ning Xiuma's swing. Ning Xiuma laughed and said, "Why are you panicking? If it really is an urn, no one will do anything to it." She then looked at the Netherworld King. "Your Majesty, why don't you send someone to examine this item?" The Netherworld King waved his hand and summoned a coroner to look at the jar. The coroner went forward and bent down to pick up the jar. He first shook it, then shook it. He opened the jar and sniffed it. Then he reported, "Your Majesty, this jar doesn't contain ashes. This jar seems to be made from bones." The Netherworld King glanced at the pale-faced shopkeeper and ordered the coroner, "What is in the jar?" Chapter 22:15. The coroner reached his hand into the jar and pulled out two small, white figures. The small figures were less than half a foot long. They looked like the skeletons of a bony fetus, but they were jade-like. "What are these?" the Nether King asked. The shopkeeper opened his mouth and tried his best to lie. This is this commoner's unborn child. This commoner's wife died in childbirth." The coroner couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped the shop owner and said, "There are 10 skeletons of these children in here. They all died in your wife's womb. Is your wife a pig? Why are you still lying to me?" 10 skeletons like this? A jar made of ashes with 10 skeletons of fetuses in it. Everyone knew that this situation was very strange. This jar was probably a super evil item. Ning Shuima said, "Your Majesty, why don't you throw a white jade doll in there and see what effect it has?" As expected, the Nether King ordered someone to put a white jade doll in the jar. A faint green light came out of the jar. After a while, the light disappeared and 2 identical white jade dolls appeared at the mouth of the jar. Gasps of surprise could be heard from the crowd. They finally understood where the white jade dolls came from. The Nether King didn't give up. He put another doll in there. After a while, he got 2 more identical dolls. "Tell me, why did you make this evil item?" The Minister of the Ministry of Justice asked the shop owner angrily. Then, he signaled to the soldiers beside him. The soldiers rushed forward and pressed the shop owner to the ground. The shop owner was also a ruthless person. He still refused to admit it. "Your Majesty, I can only tell you the truth. I don't have any intention to harm anyone. I made these dolls because of a dream 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when I was resting at home, I dreamt that a golden armored god told me that there would be a child disaster in Nether City 3 years later. I had to use this item to make white jade dolls and give them to the children of the people to avoid it. He also taught me how to make white jade dolls. When I woke up, I didn't want to believe it. However, when I saw the jar that the golden armored god gave me, I started to doubt it. Therefore, he began to prepare those things according to the golden armor god's instructions. After testing it, he was able to replicate the white jade doll. Only then did I believe it. At the time, the golden armor god said that this was a heavenly secret and could not be told to anyone, so I've been secretly preparing and had never told anyone. Your Majesty, look, although the origin of this white jade baby is strange, it has not harmed anyone, has it? You even saved countless children." These words were made up in such a convincing manner that he was not a villain with evil intentions, but a bodhisattva who came to save people from trouble. Unfortunately, the child who had bought the white jade doll was fine. The onlookers who had heard his nonsense were also doubtful. Those who had taken the white jade dolls from the children's hands stuffed them back into the children's hands. Even the parents who had contributed their dolls to the Netherworld King were begging for them in low voices. Some of them even wanted to put the white jade doll in their hands into the jar and make a few more copies. There were also commoners who begged the Netherworld King to release this kind and righteous shop owner. Such a good person couldn't be captured. In just a moment, the crowd was buzzing. 8 out of 10 people were pleading for the boss. Chapter 22:16. Lord Yama frowned. He was not stupid, so he did not believe the nonsense of the shop owner. However, the ordinary people were the kind of people who would grab hold of a life-saving straw when they were in danger. They would not even care if the straw was a trap. Even the soldiers who were holding the shop owner loosened up a little and allowed him to stand up. The moment the shop owner stood up, he proudly glanced at Ning Shuima. He wanted to laugh at Ning Shuima, but when he looked into Ning Shuima's cold eyes, he could not help but shudder. He did not dare to scold her. Instead, he sneered, "I have a clear conscience. However, this woman came in and smashed my shop. She even framed me. What is the reason?" At this time, he began to make false accusations. Ning Xuema frowned slightly. She did not expect the shop owner to have the ability to distort the truth. She thought that by exposing the origin of the white jade doll, she would be able to expose his conspiracy. However, she did not expect him to reverse the situation with just a few words. Unfortunately, there were not many people in the underworld who really understood the situation. They began to question Ning Xuema's intention. In an instant, Ning Xuema became the target of the arrows. The situation became chaotic again. Little Nianma had been watching from the crystal ball. When he saw the situation, he trembled with anger. He clenched his little fist tightly. These people are too stupid. Do they want to wait until they suffer a great loss before they believe that the white jade doll is actually a harmful thing? Shun Jili was meditating. He looked at the crystal ball for a moment and almost understood the cause and effect of the matter. He looked at Ning Xuema. Although she stood there calmly, her little mouth was slightly pursed. Obviously, the situation was a little tricky for her. She did not think of a way to deal with it. Meanwhile, the people in the underworld were condemning her. The waves of voices were getting louder and louder. Shun Jili narrowed his eyes. A group of bastards who did not know what was good for them. His gaze fell on the blood-red coffin, and after looking around, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He ignored the angry little Nianma and closed his eyes. He put his palms together in front of his chest as if he was meditating. However, his posture was completely different from before. A faint white light shot out from his fingertips, penetrating through the barrier of the heavenly lost stone and into the ground. Little Nianma's eyes were fixed on the crystal ball, so he did not notice what his father was doing. He rubbed his head and asked, "What should we do? What to do?" These people were muddle-headed and didn't know what was good for them. What should they do? Mother was obviously doing it for their own good. She wanted to save their child, but instead, she was insulted and scolded by them. That Hell King is also a bastard. Could it be that he also believed the words of that lousy boss? He almost stood up and walked in circles. Where did this woman come from? Does anyone know her? Yes, this woman's origin is unknown. I am afraid that she is a spy from another world. Yes, the boss of the shop is from the underworld. He has been running the shop here for 3 to 5 years and has never done anything bad. Although the way he made these white jade dolls is strange, he did it for the good of everyone. Unlike this woman, I don't know where she came from. Yes, she tried her best to destroy these life-saving white jade dolls. She must have bad intentions. There were loud complaints from the crowd. Once there were more people, they were afraid that there would be people with bad intentions. Chapter 22:17. There were loud questions from the crowd. When there were too many people, they were afraid that there would be people who would incite them. Once they were incited, they would easily follow blindly and become agitated. They would gang up and attack. Who knew what kind of brainless things they would do in a fit of anger? Now, Ning Xuema was in such an environment. Some of the more simple-minded and hot-tempered people were about to throw rotten eggs at Ning Xuema, especially those who had lost their children. They had nowhere to vent their anger. Now that they were hot-headed, a few of them had already rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward. Get out of our netherworld. Kill this evil woman. Carrying poles, clubs, kitchen knives, all kinds of household utensils were thrown at Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema's eyes flashed. She raised her hand and was about to do something. Suddenly, a child pushed through the crowd and rushed in. Don't hurt her. She's my aunt. She's not a bad person. Xiaoqin. That child was Xiaoqin. When Ning Xuema was making a ruckus in the jade shop, this child had been hiding in the crowd. People had almost forgotten about his existence. Now that he suddenly rushed out, he wanted to use his small body to block those sticks and kitchen knives. With his small body, it would only take a few hits to kill him, especially the kitchen knife that was flying towards him. It just so happened that it was flying towards his head. Ning Xuema's wrist rotated and a light green light flashed, enveloping herself and the child. Those weapons seemed to have fallen into a swamp as they instantly melted and disappeared without a trace. That child seemed to have been frightened. His little face was deathly pale as he threw himself into Ning Xuema's embrace. Aunt, however, when he was less than a foot away from her, he seemed to have met with some kind of obstacle and couldn't rush forward anymore. He opened his two small hands and looked at Ning Xiumo with a pair of big eyes. "Aunt, be obedient and stand here." Ning Xiumo smiled faintly and no longer paid attention to him. Her sudden display of power also deterred the group of people who wanted to make a move. Only then did the crowd remember that this woman's kung fu was actually very amazing. It belonged to the category of kung fu that could kill people in minutes. Those who wanted to make a move had cold sweat on their foreheads and regretted their recklessness. They were afraid of Ning Xiumo's revenge, so they all stepped back. "Everyone, don't listen to her. If she has such good kung fu, why is she dressed like a peasant woman? She must be a spy from another world. She wants to harm the children of the netherworld. So she tried every possible way to destroy these white jade dolls. Your Majesty, since you have such a precious jar, please make more dolls to give them to the children who haven't bought them yet. The children's safety is most important," yelled from the crowd. His voice immediately attracted the response of the people around him. Everyone asked the Nether King to hurry up and give the order to make more babies, especially the parents who hadn't gotten their hands on the white jade dolls. They couldn't help but squeeze forward, wanted to snatch the jar that was spinning on Ning Xiumo's fingertips. Ning Xiumo narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had finally confirmed something. She pinched her fingers together and was about to make a move. Suddenly, there was a scream from the crowd. A person flew up from the ground as if he had been set up. Something seemed to be pulling him, and he flew straight toward the blood-red coffin. The person was waving his arms and legs. The closer he got to the coffin, the paler his face became. When his body was finally hanging above the coffin and about to fall, he finally shouted, "Help! No! No!" Chapter 22:18. The shopkeeper's expression also changed. He took 2 steps forward and was about to pull that person down. Ning Xiumo was smart. Once she saw this scene, her heart was moved. She held the stick horizontally and blocked the shopkeeper's path. "What are you doing?" The shopkeeper's face turned pale. He finally said, "He will fall into the coffin. If he falls in, then so be it. Your coffin doesn't eat people. What are you afraid of?" The shopkeeper was speechless. His face turned even paler, but he couldn't find any words to refute. The person who was hanging above the coffin obviously knew the inside story. Seeing that his body was about to fall into the coffin, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. "No, no, save me." It was as if he wasn't in the coffin, but a purgatory that ate people. The Nether King's expression changed. He waved his hand to stop the soldiers who wanted to save him. He looked at the person coldly. That was the one who had been inciting the crowd earlier. He was controlled by an inexplicable force. He tried his best to break free, but he couldn't. He could only watch as his body sank into the coffin inch by inch. The moment his feet touched the bottom of the coffin, he let out a muffled groan that was obviously painful to the extreme, but his mouth was covered by a hand. Everyone watched helplessly as his body sank into the coffin and turned into a pool of blood. Everyone was stunned. They all retreated. Ning Xiumo didn't expect the blood coffin to be so vicious. Her expression also changed. What is going on? The Nether King's gaze was like a sharp arrow, shooting at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's face was as pale as death. I don't know. Maybe someone is playing tricks. You still dare to quibble. Do you really think that I can be fooled? Take him down." This time, all the soldiers didn't have any doubts. They immediately took the shopkeeper down. The Nether King sneered. "This blood coffin belongs to you. If you don't know, who knows? Men, throw him into the blood coffin. Let him personally check if there is anything strange about this blood coffin." The soldiers immediately lifted the shopkeeper up and walked toward the blood coffin. The shopkeeper was so scared that he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Spare me! Spare me!" The Netherworld King couldn't help but look at Ning Xiumo. Ning Xiumo's face was slightly pale. Her gaze was fixed in one direction, and her figure suddenly rose up, falling into the crowd like a shooting star. Because of her attack just now, most people were still a little afraid of her. When they saw her flying over, they scattered like birds and beasts. Ning Xiumo didn't care at all. Her eyes were anxiously looking around, as if she was looking for something. However, she was disappointed. She didn't find anything there, She was standing at the place where the man who had been thrown out by an unknown force was standing. However, there was nothing but blue stones in that place. Unwilling to give up, she squatted down as if she was sniffing the air, but there was nothing. She slowly got up and pursed her lips. Was she seeing things? The ray of light she saw when the man was thrown out was very familiar. It seemed to have come from Shanjuli. Could it be that she missed him so much that she was hallucinating? She stood there in a daze. She acted as if she didn't hear the Nether King's questions. The Nether King naturally didn't want to throw the shopkeeper into the blood coffin. He still wanted to dig out the real culprit from this person's mouth. The shopkeeper was really a hard bone to chew. At this point, he was still stubborn. Chapter 22:19. The shop owner was a tough nut to crack. Even at this stage, he was still stubborn. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Even if the blood coffin is evil, I didn't harm anyone. The white jade doll didn't harm anyone and saved many children. Your Majesty, if you do this, the people will be disappointed. The onlookers looked at each other. Many of them were the kind of people who wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin. They also said, Your Majesty, the white jade doll didn't harm anyone. Although the method is evil, it's good for the children. Yes, yes, Your Majesty. Don't hurt the good people. Your Majesty, we don't need to care about the evil aura of the blood coffin. We should keep the jar, make more dolls, and distribute them to the children first so that everyone can be at ease. The Nether King frowned. His people were afraid of losing their children. They wanted to grab a straw whenever they saw one, regardless of whether the straw was poisonous or not. Ning Xiuma also came back to her senses. She was speechless when she heard what these people said. How can the white jade doll made with evil magic have protective effects? Did you bring your brains out? How can you believe such nonsense? If this doll is a kind of evil thing that can control people, and the person behind it deliberately steals the children who have never bought the white jade doll in order to control more children, and then spreads rumors in the city, creating the illusion that only those who buy the white jade doll can be safe, then what will you do? Everyone should know that some people would use a medium to control people unknowingly when they were refining sorcery or casting black magic. If I'm not wrong, this white jade doll is the medium. The person behind it wants to control all the children in Nether City. So, not only can we not make more white jade dolls, but we also want the people who have bought them to smash them and destroy them. After Ning Xiuma finished speaking, even the Nether King broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately ordered the people in the city to hand in the white jade dolls. At this moment, more than half of the onlookers had already bought the dolls. They were still skeptical and hesitated to hand them over. Some people even wanted to hide the white jade dolls. Ning Xiuma looked at the people's expressions and knew that they wouldn't be happy to hand in the white jade dolls. She raised her eyebrows. It seemed that she had to use a strong medicine. She flew up and landed beside the shopkeeper. With a leap, she stood at the edge of the blood coffin, making the shopkeeper's head look down. She said coldly, I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll throw you in. Her tone was awe-inspiring, and no one dared to doubt the authenticity of her words. The shopkeeper was so scared that his face turned pale, but he still refused to admit it. Ning Xiuma didn't pay any attention to him. After counting to 3, she directly let go. The shopkeeper screamed and fell into the coffin. When his head was about to hit the bottom of the coffin, Ning Xiuma picked him up again. Her voice was colder than ice. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who's behind you. Tell me the effects of this doll. The shopkeeper was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Ning Xiuma was like a female Azura, so he didn't dare to argue anymore. He closed his eyes and said, Okay. I'll tell you, I'm a jade craftsman in this city. A few days ago, someone came to find me and rented my place. He asked me to sell these white jade dolls and said that all the money would belong to me. I was greedy for this small profit. So, I started to sell them. I don't know what these white jade dolls are for. Chapter 22:20. Liar. If you don't know, how do you know how to guard against this blood coffin? It's that person who reminded me in advance that I must not fall into the blood coffin. Otherwise, there will be nothing left of me. What about those lost children? Where are they? I don't know. The The shopkeeper's eyes flickered. Ning Xiuema sneered. It seems that if I don't give you a taste of pain, you won't know your limits. Ning Xiuema hit his back with her hand. The shopkeeper's body trembled violently, and he screamed, sweating profusely. After a while, the shopkeeper finally couldn't endure the torture and finally told the truth. I don't know about the children who were lost a few days ago, but the children who were lost in the past 2 days all automatically threw themselves into this blood coffin. It was earth-shattering. The onlookers were silent. Suddenly, they clamored like a pot of boiling water. Those who had lost their children roared and pushed with all their might, wanting to tear the shopkeeper apart. The Nether King was also furious. Scum! You actually colluded with outsiders to harm people in the same world. Tell me, who ordered you to do such a despicable thing? Also, how many of your companions are in crowd? Tell me all of them. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll cut you into pieces. The shopkeeper closed his eyes. I was forced to do it. The person behind it is the Devil Master. This sentence was like a bomb, causing the crowd to explode again. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and the people couldn't stop cursing. Ning Xiuema didn't panic. She just sneered. How do you know that the person behind it is the Devil Master? Did you see her with your own eyes? The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and nodded. She ordered me personally, so I didn't dare to disobey. What does the Devil Master look like? She is dressed in red and is very beautiful. Ning Xiuema smiled again. Everyone on Earth knows this. It doesn't count. Don't you think you can lie without a draft? The Nether King frowned. Lady, how do you know that he is lying? Ning Xiuema looked up and smiled. It's very simple, because I am the Devil Master. Suddenly, a red light flashed around him. A moment later, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The ordinary-looking woman had disappeared and was replaced by a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress. The beautiful woman's black hair fluttered in the wind, and the cinnabar mole on her forehead was as red as blood. She floated there and looked at the shopkeeper coldly. When did I order you to do this? The shopkeeper was tongue-tied. His face was ashen, and he couldn't say anything. The Netherworld King was also dumbfounded. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and hurriedly led the civil and military officials to bow down. Greetings, Demon Lord. Ning Xiuema's gaze swept across the crowd. After being dumbfounded for a moment, the onlookers all knelt down. At this point, everyone naturally understood that the shopkeeper was lying. If the Devil Lord was the mastermind behind this matter, he would not have spent so much effort to expose it now. The Nether King was furious. He shouted at the shopkeeper, Are you still not going to tell the truth? Aren't you afraid that I will execute your entire family? The shopkeeper was speechless. The person who ordered me to do this is... Before he could finish his sentence, a black light flashed and shot toward the back of his head like lightning. The black light came so fast that no one could react in time. Just as the black light was about to pierce the back of the shopkeeper's head, a red light blocked it. The black light and red light collided in the air. With a ding sound, the black light shattered and the red light disappeared. Someone wanted to silence him. Chapter 22-21. However, the angle of the black light was very tricky. Even though there were so many pairs of eyes present, they did not see where the black light came from. If not for Ning Xiuema's quick reflexes, the shopkeeper would have died on the spot. The shopkeeper managed to survive, but he was so scared that his face turned pale. The Netherworld King had already ordered his men to investigate the origin of the black light. Ning Xiuema just smiled and said, Your Majesty, there are still a few good friends of that person hiding in the crowd. Let's ask them to come out first. From a scene just now, the Netherworld King could see that this incident was not done by one person. There must be a group. However, if he interrogated the shopkeeper now, he was afraid that he would not be able to get anything out of him. While he was thinking, Ning Xiuema had already used her long whip. There were a few screams in the crowd. After a while, 7 or 8 people were pulled out by Ning Xiuema's long whip and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Tie them up, Ning Xiuema ordered. The Netherworld King trusted Ning Xiuema very much at this moment. He ordered his men to tie the 7 or 8 people up like rice dumplings. Naturally, the 7 or 8 people cried out for their innocence. However, before they could say anything, Ning Shuema sealed their acupoints. How do you know that this is the thief? The Netherworld King could not help but ask. Ning Shuema smiled and said, Of course I know. She had been enduring the insults of the people just now because she wanted to find the thief. These people were too careless. They thought that they could impersonate the people without anyone noticing. However, they did not expect that Ning Shuema had already noticed them and remembered them. At this moment, they were caught with a thunderous strike. Ning Shuema was too lazy to interrogate them one by one. She smiled and said, Among you, who is the most sensible and can tell me who is the mastermind, I will spare your life. The rest of you will be thrown into the blood coffins. The people who were tied up changed their expressions. They started to whimper, but they could not say anything. Ning Shuema continued, I don't have the patience. I don't feel like listening to your lies and arguments. The moment I open your acupoints, whoever points out the mastermind first will be spared. As for the rest, This chuckle made the hairs on their bodies stand on end. Ning Shuema smiled again. I'll count to 3. You have to seize this rare opportunity yourselves. She counted one by one, making those people extremely nervous. When she counted to 3, she flicked her finger and actually unsealed those people's acupoints in a split second. Him. 6 or 7 arms pointed at one person. It was as if they were afraid of falling behind. Everyone naturally looked over as well. There was a child standing there. Your Majesty, be careful. Someone shouted. At the same time, a streak of blue light shot towards the Nether King. The speed of the blue light was too fast, and the guards around the Netherworld King didn't even have time to react. The Netherworld King's hand lightened, and the jar was actually snatched away by someone. At the same time, several streaks of black light shot towards the people lying on the ground who had confessed, nailing them to death on the spot. Ning Shuema actually had time to stop them, but she didn't do it. These people were probably that person's accomplices. The missing children were probably also their doing. They owed blood. Now that they confessed in order to survive, even if they survived in the future, they might not do good deeds. Now that they died in the hands of their master, they deserved it, and she did not break her promise. Interesting. The streak of blue light shot up to the sky and stopped in mid-air. Chapter 22:22. Everyone looked up and saw that the blue light was a boy in blue clothes. With one hand holding the jug, he lowered his eyes and looked down, as if he was a king overlooking all living things. This deity worked so hard to set up this trap. I didn't expect that someone would see through it so quickly. Little Shuema, you're very smart. Ning Shuema looked up at the boy she named Xiaoqin. You're Luo Jiuqin. The boy chuckled. That's right. However, I managed to hide it from you this time. Little Shuema, this time you spoiled my plans again. What should I do to you? I want to get 30,000 hearts, but now I can only take 4,800. His palm suddenly pressed on the edge of the jar, and circles of purple light appeared in his palm. Throw the white jade doll away. Throw the white jade doll away. Many people in the crowd began to yell. Those who were holding on to the white jade doll hurriedly threw it away. There were also experts who shouted, Don't let him use his sorcery. Kill him. Countless magic weapons flashed and smashed towards the boy. They wanted to stop him. However, there seemed to be a barrier around the boy, and those magic weapons couldn't hit him at all. The boy laughed, and his smile was indescribably proud and sinister. It's useless. All the children whose birth characters are carved on the white jade doll are my sacrifices. It's useless to smash the doll. Just wait for your children's hearts to fly out automatically. His words made those who bought the white jade doll pale, and some of them almost collapsed. The Nether King glared at the boy. Lord Luo, I didn't do anything wrong to you. Why do you have to scheme against my people? Stop it. Stop it. The boy stood motionless in midair. So many people attacked him, and so many magic weapons circled around him, but none of them could stop him. Not a single magic weapon could hit him. They could only watch in despair as he activated the jar. Everyone knew that once the jar was truly activated, it would be the moment of death for those children. Everyone was so anxious that their eyes turned red, but there was nothing they could do. The boy seemed to be enjoying everyone's reaction. His gaze turned and landed on Ning Xiuma, who was standing there quietly. Little Xiuma, you're very calm. You actually didn't come up to fight with me. Could it be that you're angry because these people misunderstood you and insulted you? That's right. You've been trying to save them, but they don't know what's good for them. They always misunderstand you. I feel sorry for you. It's only right that you don't care about them. His voice was still that of a child's, and his words were full of provocation. He seemed to be joking, but it suppressed all the noise below. Every word was clear. The people of the underworld were stunned for a while. Then, they all blushed and lowered their heads. Ning Xiuma chuckled. Do you think I didn't stop you because of their misunderstanding? The boy raised his eyebrows. Could it be that there's another reason? He looked down and thought for a while. Could it be, you finally like me, so you don't have the heart to kill me? His voice sounded like a joke, but also a little serious. Little Xiuma, this is the first time you've been so nice to me. I'll repay you well. Although he kept talking, his hands did not stop moving. Countless spells were released from his fingertips, and they were used on the jar in his palm. Chapter 22-23. All of a sudden, the jar lit up. The boy's eyes also lit up slightly. However, before he could reveal a happy expression, the jar suddenly broke with a pah. 10 small bones fell out of the jar and turned into dust before they hit the ground. Even the jar fell into the dust. The boy, the nervous crowd. The boy's eyes fell on Ning Xiuma's face. Did you do this? Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and looked at him, her smile unchanged. What do you think? The boy gritted his teeth. When did you break it? Why didn't I see it? Ning Xiuma's smile became fainter, and she said, Guess. The boy, when the crowd heard the conversation between the two people, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially those with children, they breathed a sigh of relief for a long time. It turned out that the Devil Master had broken this strange jar in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Xiuma still had that indifferent expression on her face, but she sneered in her heart. Since she found this jar to be so evil, how could she allow it to be intact? After the Nether King had finished his examination, she had already secretly broken the items in the jar, causing the jar to crack slightly. If she didn't use her magic power, the jar wouldn't break, but if she used it quickly, the jar would definitely break. When she made her move, everyone's attention was on the shop owner, who was being forced to confess. Her movements were so light that no one noticed. Even the Netherworld King, who had been holding the jar, didn't notice. The boy's eyes were like needles, almost nailing Ning Xiuma. Little Xiuma, I still underestimated you. The sky splitter sword slowly appeared in Ning Xiuma's hand. She smiled lightly. Really? I think you need to get to know me. She quickly rose into the air, her red dress fluttering in the wind, making her look like she was glowing. Luo Jiuchen, it's time to settle the score between you and me. Luo Jiuchen also smiled gently. Little Xiuma, do you think you're my opponent now? Ning Xiuma sighed. Compared to you, my current martial arts is still a bit lacking. That's why I used a little method. Luo Jiuchen suddenly had a bad feeling. What method? Ning Xiuma didn't say anything. Instead, she formed a seal with her fingers and chanted an unknown incantation. Luo Jiuchen suddenly felt his body tighten. Rays of red light suddenly shot out from the blue trousers and enveloped his entire body like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, the red light seeped into his flesh. Luo Jiuchen was tied up like a dumpling in an instant. He swayed in the air and almost fell to the ground. However, his kung fu was indeed impressive. Even after being tied up like this, he was still able to stand in the air and not fall. The other Netherworld soldiers and Netherworld General's Dharma artifacts could not even get close to him. His eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. You actually did something to the clothes. You recognized me at that time? Ning Xiuma curled her lips. I just had some doubts. She was not a person who believed people easily, especially at this moment. Almost every step was a trap, so she had to be more careful. At first, she didn't have much defense against this child. After all, this child didn't have any aura of Luo Jiuchen. This child was not transformed by Luo Jiuchen, but by the possession technique. It was a very special technique that no one could detect. Chapter 22-24. After talking with the child, she became suspicious, but she couldn't be sure. It was true that she had bought clothes for the child, but it was also true that she had put a binding spell in them. If the child had always been an ordinary person, then the binding spell wouldn't have been activated, and the clothes would have been ordinary and luxurious. But once the child played tricks, as long as she chanted the spell, the clothes would become a demon-binding rope. Once trapped, no matter how powerful a demon was, he wouldn't be able to break free. The demon-binding rope cut into his flesh, and Luo Jiuchen's white baby face showed a trace of pain. He looked at Ning Xiuma with watery eyes and suddenly said softly, "Little Xiuma, do you know why I didn't throw away this skin bag and return to my original body?" He looked down at the blue clothes on his body. "Because this set of clothes is the only thing you bought for me. Even if I know it's arsenic, I can't bear to throw it away." Ning Xiuma, Luo Jiuchen looked at her with a pair of deep and serene eyes. "Little Xiuma, you see, you've harmed me so many times, but I still want to treat you well. Can't you be a little gentler to me?" Ning Xiuma smiled. "Of course I can be gentler to you." The demon-binding rope had cut into his flesh, but Ning Xiuma continued to cast spells as if she was afraid it wasn't enough. The rope was getting tighter and faster. This demon-binding rope could not only bind the body, but also the demon soul inside, so he couldn't escape easily. Luo Jiuchen had been possessed by the demon, so this thing was very useful for him. Ning Xiuma knew that his kung fu was high, so once she tied him up, she would naturally tighten it to death, for fear that it wouldn't be tight enough and painful enough. Luo Jiuchen's body was almost twisted into a fried dough twist, but he sighed softly. "What a cruel little girl. However, I'm not someone you can use this thing to trap." Speaking up to this point, his body suddenly emitted a golden light. As the golden light flashed past, the blood-red demon binding rope seemed to have encountered a strong acid and immediately turned into nothingness. He somersaulted in the air, and a human-shaped, light, golden shadow appeared above his head. The shadow swayed slightly and disappeared in the air, leaving behind a long laugh. "Little Xiuma, you are indeed capable. I like you even more now. However, I still have other plans. Take your time to savor it." Ning Xiuma's expression changed. She raised her hand and released a red light to stop him, but the shadow disappeared too quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. She couldn't stop him at all. The other experts in the underworld who reacted quickly also made their moves. However, their moves were like fishing for the moon in the water. They couldn't even catch a trace of his shadow. However, the child's body fell from the sky and landed on the ground, motionless. The commoners were stunned for a moment before they finally reacted. Those who had lost their children were filled with anger. They all ran forward, wanting to tear the child's body apart to vent their anger. Ning Xiuma raised her hand. Wherever the red light passed, everyone was forced to step back. At this moment, these people had completely believed in Ning Xiuma and were full of respect for her. Seeing that she had helped the child, they all looked at her in surprise. Ning Xiuma said lightly, "He is innocent. He was just possessed by Luo Jiuchen. You don't have to vent your anger on him." She looked at the child, and her expression darkened slightly. His eyes were tightly closed, and he was already dead. This child was supposed to be a genius. His bones were exquisite, and his appearance was especially delicate. Chapter 22-25. He was supposed to be a talented young man with a delicate appearance. However, he was possessed by Luo Jiuchen, and even his soul was devoured. Ning Xiuma could not detect any trace of soul in him. The younger the child, the purer his soul was, and the easier it was for him to be possessed. Especially with such a good body. Once he was possessed, his kung fu would increase exponentially. Since the child was dead, his body could not be kept in case Luo Jiuchen used it again. Ning Xiuma simply burned it. "Hey, why is there fog?" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. "God, what is that?" Someone else exclaimed. "God, there's also fog over there. It's white." Everyone was startled. They all looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions changed. Ning Shuma also raised her head and looked around. Her expression couldn't help but change. Four-colored fog. There was fog in all four directions of the street, and it was fog of different colors. Red, black, white, and green were rushing over from four different directions at high speed. Panic shouts could be heard from the streets. Countless people were being chased by the fog and were running in this direction. At the same time, the ground under their feet began to shake violently, as if there was a magnitude 8 earthquake. What was going on? What was going on? The people were shaken to the ground, and they were all in a panic. There were screams, cries, and calls for children. The trembling of the earth finally stopped, and the people who were rolling around on the ground were still in shock. After a while, they got up and looked around. Then they were stunned. Everything familiar around them had changed. The shops, the streets, the stone workshop, everything had disappeared without a trace. What appeared in front of them was a square so huge that it seemed to have no end. There were 4 passageways around the square, and each passageway had fog of a different color surging out. The fog in the south was red, the fog in the north was white, the fog in the west was black, and the fog in the east was green. The color of each fog was very pure. They were red like fire, white like snow, black like ink, and green like jade. Some people were lying near the passages because of the tremor. When they opened their eyes, they found that the fog was close. They wanted to get up, but it was too late. Miserable screams rose and fell, almost piercing one's eardrums. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice, their bodies trembling nonstop. The dozens of people who were engulfed by the red mist seemed to have been splashed with a layer of kerosene. They burned fiercely, causing them to roll on the ground and turn into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. The people who were swept by the white mist were instantly covered in a thick layer of ice. They were still running for their lives, but they were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. It was a very strange sight. As for those who were swept by the black fog, they looked even more frightening. When they were swept by the fog, they were human, but when they ran out, the flesh on their bodies shrank rapidly. After running for a dozen steps, they turned into skeletons and directly fell to the ground. Only the people who were attacked by the green fog were still alive and kicking. They were shouting and screaming as if there was a ghost chasing after them. But before they could reach the center of the square, they suddenly screamed and disappeared without a trace. The Netherworld King and his subordinates were all in the middle of the plaza. When the earthquake happened, these Netherworld race generals had protected the Netherworld King in the center. In addition, there was no danger in the center of the square, so they didn't suffer many casualties. Chapter 22-26. The civil servants were in a miserable state. Their faces were all swollen, and their robes were all messed up. The Netherworld generals were well trained. They formed a semicircle, protecting the Netherworld King and the civil servants. They looked around cautiously. The suffering of the surrounding commoners was naturally seen by everyone, and all of them were shocked. How do we get here? What is that fog? Where's the safest place? This was the question that was hovering in everyone's mind, and the sufferings of the people who had been affected by the fog indirectly served as a weather vane for everyone. The green fog was the safest place. 4 types of fog were approaching them from all directions. Your Majesty, the green fog in the east is the safest place. Let's go there. The Netherworld Prime Minister reported. This square was not safe. Once the fog forced them to the front, everyone would die. Hence, they had to make a decision as soon as possible and hide in a safer place. The Netherworld King looked around. Where is the Devil Master? I am here. A voice sounded not far away. The Netherworld King looked over and saw Ning Xiuma standing in the east where the commoners had fallen. She was looking down. There was a huge crack in the north-south direction. The 2 ends of the crack were covered by red and white fog. Hence, if they wanted to reach the passage in the east, they had to cross the crack. The crack was very deep, and the bottom could not be seen. Black and white fog swirled below. The commoners who had fallen into the crack were nowhere to be seen. The crack was more than 100 feet wide. Unless they could fly, they would not be able to reach the passage in the green fog. The commoners in the square saw that the green fog did not eat them. so they instinctively ran to the east. However, they were blocked by the crack. They could not jump over at all. They were so anxious that they walked around the crack. The scene was very chaotic. The Netherworld King saw that Ning Shuima was still there, and he calmed down. Devil Master, what is happening? Ning Shuima sighed. If I am not wrong, Luo Jiuchen should have set up an array in the entire Netherworld city. The earthquake just now was a sign that the array was activated. We have fallen into his array. The commoners in the Netherworld realm looked at each other. What array was so powerful? It could bring so many people in. The Nether King had already noticed that there were a total of 10,000 people trapped in the plaza. Does the Devil Master recognize this array? The Netherworld King looked at Ning Shuima with hope. Ning Shuima shook her head slowly. This is also the first time I've seen it. She didn't expect that Luo Jiuchen was also an array master. No wonder he said he had other plans before leaving. So this was the reason. She looked at the four-colored fog that was slowly approaching her, and her brain quickly calculated. According to the current speed, the fog would converge in the center of the square within an hour, and it would be difficult to predict what would happen at that time. Naturally, there was no lack of such scheming experts in the Netherworld realm. He immediately asked the Netherworld King for instructions. Your Majesty, we must leave this place quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape in an hour. Naturally, the Netherworld King also saw the danger of this place. Now, the only direction they could escape to was the eastern green fog. It was fine for him and a group of military generals to fly over this fissure. But what about the ordinary citizens and the group of civil officials? Leave them all here to die? Devil Master, do you have a way to break this array? The Netherworld King put all his hope on Ning Shuima. Ning Shuima looked at the fissure under her feet and then looked at the passage of green fog on the opposite side. She felt that the passage of green fog was not so simple. She was afraid that there was a bigger trap waiting for them to jump into. Chapter 22-27. She took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, please retreat to the center of the square and form a defensive formation. I will go over there to take a look. She flew over the Rift Valley and disappeared into the thick green fog. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing if they should believe her or not. However, the Netherworld King immediately ordered all the civilians and officials to retreat to the center of the square, with hundreds of generals as guards. He led more than 10 generals to the Rift Valley, discussing ways to cross the Rift Valley and doing various experiments. First, they used their psychokinesis to create tall trees to build a bridge. However, before the big tree could reach the other side, a ball of fire rushed up from the Rift Valley and burned the big tree to ashes. Then, they used their psychokinesis to condense iron bars to build an iron bridge. However, there was not much iron in the air, so the iron bars they condensed were at most 10 feet long. They could not reach the other side at all. The Netherworld King was trying his best to build a bridge when a scream came from behind. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The Netherworld King turned back and realized that other than the green fog, the other 3 colors of fog were approaching the square. As there were too many people in the square, it was inevitable that some people were standing at the periphery. The fog was about to invade the civilians in the outermost circle. The civilians were scared out of their wits and tried to squeeze into the center. The soldiers in the center were still protecting the civil and military officials. Naturally, they formed a human wall to prevent the civilians from rushing in. Both sides were in conflict. Children were crying, adults were screaming, and it was a mess. There were also some civilians who saw that they could not rush in, so they ran towards the Rift Valley. There were so many of them that the Netherworld King was almost squeezed into the Rift Valley. The people around the Netherworld King were naturally experts. They immediately protected the Netherworld King in the center and drove away the civilians who were rushing in. Once a crowd formed in an environment, many people would not be able to control themselves. Many people escaped to the edge of the Rift Valley with great difficulty. But when the people behind rushed in, the people at the front could not stand still and immediately fell into the Rift Valley like dumplings. The long screams pierced through the air, making people's hearts tremble with fear. The Netherworld King's face turned pale, and he immediately ordered the soldiers to stop the civilians who were rushing forward. However, under the shadow of death, how many people could rationally line up according to the Netherworld King's order? The fog on the three sides was getting closer and closer, leaving less and less space for the civilians. People at the periphery were attacked by the fog from time to time, and they were either turned into fireballs, ice sculptures, or skeletons. The crowd was filled with cries, as if it was the end of the world. The situation was about to spiral out of control. Your Majesty, you must make a decision as soon as possible. I will escort your Majesty there first. It may be dangerous there, but it is better than waiting for death here. Your Majesty, we can't wait for that Devil Master any longer. She might have already found a way to survive and escaped. That's right. She's the Devil Master after all, and we've misunderstood her before. Young Master even sent troops to attack Mo Palace. It's good enough that she didn't hit us when we're down. Why would she be willing to put in the effort to save us from the underworld? The Netherworld generals all spoke up, trying to persuade the Netherworld King to bring his men over first. Under the shadow of death, if the Netherworld King didn't leave, these Netherworld generals wouldn't dare to move first. Naturally, they urged the Netherworld King on. The Nether King's face was also pale. He could pass, but what about the commoners? What about the hundreds of civil officials? All destroyed here? The civil officials and commoners were also afraid that their king would completely abandon them. They looked at him anxiously, some shouting, some crying. Your Majesty, when the time is right, we need to cut our losses. The Underworld Marshal finally spoke up. Chapter 22-28. The Netherworld King closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. At this time, he couldn't completely protect his people. He could only go first. Finally, he nodded. The generals around him were overjoyed. They immediately rose into the air and landed on the other side of the river while protecting him. The other generals and soldiers who knew how to fly naturally flew up and followed them to the other side of the river. They left the soldiers, officials, and people with low or no skills to wait on the other side of the valley to be devoured. The Netherworld King flew into the air. He heard the desperate cries of the people behind him. His heart twisted, and he almost tripped and fell. Fortunately, he was stopped by the generals beside him. At this moment, in the huge square, there was only a small area that wasn't invaded by the colorful fog. The people on both sides couldn't squeeze in, and they were forced to do so by the colorful fog. In desperation, they voluntarily jumped into the valley. The cries behind them were so loud that even the fog was trembling. When the Netherworld King landed on the other side of the river, his legs almost went soft. He wanted to look back, but the generals beside him were afraid that he would be soft-hearted. They directly surrounded him and ran toward the passage of green fog. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed in the green fog. A woman finally appeared and blocked the path of the Netherworld King and his people. The Netherworld King and his people were stunned. The Devil Master. She finally came back. The moment Ning Shuima appeared, she roughly saw the situation here. Her beautiful face darkened. Your Majesty, are you going to abandon your people and run away by yourself? Her voice was so cold that it could freeze. The Netherworld King's face was pale. I can't bear it, but there is no but. If you still want to save your people, follow me. Ning Shuima turned and flew to the other side of the river. The Devil Master is here. The Devil Master is here to save us. Oh my God, it's really the Devil Master. She must be here to save us. Devil Master, save us. When the desperate people on the other side of the river saw the red-clothed Devil Master, they immediately shouted. Some people were so excited that they almost screamed until their throats cracked. Seeing Ning Shuima jump to the other side of the river to save his people without hesitation, the Lord of the Netherworld was also stunned. Your Majesty, without the bridge, those people can't cross at all. Even if you go back with the Devil Lord, it won't help. We should go first. A general saw that the Netherworld King had stopped. He was afraid that the Netherworld King would rush back in a fit of anger, so he hurriedly said. At this moment, there were about 100 generals by the Nether King's side. Naturally, there were some who agreed with that general. The Nether King swept his gaze across the generals. What do you all think? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Marshal Lung from the underworld bowed to the King of Hell and said, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't put yourself in danger. Your Majesty, please go first. I have to save my subordinates, so I can't protect your Majesty anymore." After saying that, he stood up and turned to leave. He flew to the other side of the river with Ning Xiuma. Nether King Air hot clenched his fists. He suddenly turned around and walked back the way he came. The other generals by his side tried to persuade him to stop. The Nether King took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually turned red. He said word by word, "I am the Lord of the Underworld, and the people on the other side of the river are my people. I can't abandon them." He flew to the other side of the river without caring about those generals. Those generals looked at each other. Even their king didn't care about the danger and flew over. How could they be cowards? Chapter 22-29. Therefore, most of the generals flew back as well. Only a few of them stayed behind. They had finally escaped from the dangerous place, so how could they be willing to go back? They stood there for a moment, then suddenly turned around and ran toward the green fog. They were smart people, so they would not associate themselves with a lunatic who was stupid enough to die despite knowing the danger. Ning Xiuma's arrival was like a shot in the arm, making the desperate people cheer. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. In this kind of urgent situation, Ning Xiuma naturally didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. She only said a few words. "I will take you there, but you must follow my orders. Those who disobey will be thrown into the fog." All the people agreed loudly. Ning Xiuma immediately ordered these people to line up in 10 rows. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were in the middle, while the strong people who knew spells stood at the periphery. Ning Xiuma turned around and looked at the Netherworld King. "Your Majesty, if you want to save your people, please stand at the end of the line, and the generals, please stand at the outermost line." Now, the end of the line and the outermost line on both sides were the most dangerous, because these 3 places were the first to be attacked by the colorful fog. The generals beside the Netherworld King opened their mouths to refuse, but the Netherworld King had already said in a deep voice, "Listen to the Devil Master's orders." He immediately assigned the guards to the outermost line, and he and 3 other generals went to the end of the line. This arrangement made all the people less anxious, and they finally had someone to rely on. At this moment, the fog was approaching the 3 sides of the line. Ning Xiuma bit her index finger and drew a blood curse on the 2 sides and the end of the line. The blood curse flew into the air and imprinted on the soldiers and the Netherworld King at the outermost line. She immediately taught them a set of spells and asked them to recite it silently. At this moment of life and death, naturally, everyone displayed their greatest potential. In the blink of an eye, they learned a set of curse techniques. As they cast the spell, their bodies emitted a faint red light, which actually formed a large enchantment, enveloping the entire team. Strangely, with this enchantment, the murderous fog could no longer rush over, and it only surged around the line. Everyone in the team heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped the shadow of death for the time being. Everyone looked at Ning Xiuma with gratitude. They were full of hope, as if they were looking at a god, waiting for her next order. Ning Xiuma said in a deep voice, "This bounded domain can last for 2 hours. I will build a bridge within 1 hour. Everyone can line up to cross the bridge. There is plenty of time. Don't crowd and don't make any noise. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sir." A thunderous response. Only then did Ning Xiuma turn around. Her finger pointed forward, and countless jet-black vines with dark green leaves shot towards the opposite shore. The Netherworld King, who was at the back of the group, naturally saw it too. He couldn't help but say, "Devil Master, I also wanted to build a wooden bridge just now, but there was a mountain fire in the Rift Valley. As soon as the wooden bridge was completed, it was burned down." He didn't finish his sentence, because he saw that the vines shot out by Ning Xiuma had already flown across the Rift Valley and wrapped around the rocks on the opposite shore. There was indeed a raging fire blowing out from the bottom of the Rift Valley. However, When the fire burned the vines, it was as if it had met water and was extinguished with a puff. Such a fire couldn't do anything to these vines. What kind of material were these vines made of? The Netherworld King was very surprised. Just now, he had condensed more than a dozen kinds of wood, and some of them were especially fireproof. However, they were all burned to ashes by the fire blowing out from the Rift Valley. Chapter 22:30. These vines were not afraid of fire. The Netherworld King was puzzled, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. As for the people of the underworld, when they saw Ning Xiaomo building a bridge from wood, their hearts were filled with admiration. The Devil Lord was indeed the Devil Lord. Her skills were extraordinary. As long as they followed her, they would definitely be able to escape. Unknowingly, these people had already regarded Ning Xiaomo as their backbone and followed her lead. Ning Xiaomo built the bridge very quickly. The vines flew back and forth in the air. Sure enough, in less than an hour, a green wooden bridge appeared on the Rift Valley. It was more than 6 feet wide and could allow 3 people to cross side by side at a time. After Ning Xiaomo finished building the bridge, she immediately let the women and children in the middle to cross the bridge first. Under her gaze, no one dared to cut the line or cause trouble. The people followed the order and crossed the vine bridge. They were also very fast. 7,000 to 8,000 people stepped on the bridge and reached the other side without landing on the ground. The Netherworld King and his generals were the last batch to arrive. They had been supporting the wizardry barrier and were a little tired at the moment, but everyone's eyes were shining. They were excited. Once everyone was on the shore, Ning Xiaomo opened her mouth. This passage leads to a grassland. There are some mutated creatures roaming around there that are good at attacking people. Therefore, it is not absolutely safe. After passing through the grassland, there is a deep and serene cave. I have already explored the cave and found that it is not dangerous for now. As for the other side of the cave, I did not explore it because I was in a hurry to come back. Maybe there is something very dangerous in the depths of the cave. Everything is unknown. Think about whether you want to stay here or follow me. It is all up to you. Actually, everyone had already seen that the Rift Valley seemed to have the effect of blocking the other fog. At this moment, the other colored fog had already surrounded the Rift Valley. They probably did not mix with each other. The 3 types of fog collided and made a sizzling sound like an object falling into a strong acid. Then, they slowly surged toward the Rift Valley. They seemed to have met with obstacles on the other side of the Rift Valley. They could not pass through the Rift Valley. It might be safe to stay here, but it might also be dangerous because no one could be sure whether the 3 types of fog would eventually break through the barrier of the Rift Valley and rush here. There was unknown danger if they went forward, but they might be able to rush out of here alive. Staying where they were was temporarily safe. This kind of thing was not easy to decide. The crowd buzzed as they discussed the pros and cons of the 2 paths with their family and friends. The Nether King did not hesitate. He naturally chose to walk forward with Ning Xiaomo. After a while, the people present finally made a decision. Most of them chose to follow Ning Xiaomo. Even if it was risky, they would rather follow this demon master and charge in. Only a little over 100 chose to stay. Ning Xiaomo rearranged the troops. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were still in the middle, and the soldiers of the underworld were on all sides. She was at the front, and the Netherworld King and a few generals were at the back. The group of people entered the foggy passageway and gradually went far away. The remaining 100 or so people sat down where they were. They were also paying attention to the movements of the tricolored fog. If there were any abnormalities, it would not be too late for them to turn around and run. Once the people who were exploring in the front went out, they would definitely break the array. At that time, they could follow the trail and escape safely. There was no need for them to take the risk. Now, all they needed to do was to sit here and wait quietly. After about an hour, these people were completely enveloped by the soft green fog. They were not in a hurry to move. Chapter 22:31. There was no danger in the green mist, and the air was very fresh. Some people were already yawning in the green mist, and the sudden change happened in an instant. A buzzing sound came from the originally harmless green mist, as if a large swarm of bees was quickly approaching. Everyone opened their eyes and were scared out of their wits. Horrified screams came from the green mist. A moment later, the bodies of more than 100 people were covered with pine needles. They stood there like pine balls, and blood dripped down from the pine needles. There was a sound of wind in the green mist, and a man in purple holding a folding fan appeared. He looked very handsome, and when he walked slowly, it was as if he was taking a stroll. He walked around the pine needles, and the corner of his mouth hooked up. Only 120 people chose to stay and not go with her. That girl, her appeal is quite strong. He raised his hand, and a purple light circled around the dead people, picking up countless translucent souls. Those souls struggled in the purple light, trying to escape. He licked his lips and sighed. Although the number is small, it's better than nothing. He took back the purple light, ignored the wailing of those souls, and forced them into a small gray ball. Then he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. A faint black gas came out of his body, circled around him, and then scattered. He stood up and pursed his lips as if he was savoring the taste. After a moment, he sighed. In the end, there is not enough resentment. It's a pity that the girl ruined my plan. Otherwise, all the children in the city would have been used by me and turned into little ghosts. Then they would have chased and killed their parents. Those parents who died in the hands of their children must have a lot of resentment. My martial arts would have improved even faster. Sigh, it's a pity. He shook his head, but then smiled as if he thought of something. Since he had planned and arranged for so long, he would succeed in the end. These people would be his sooner or later, and he would just have to spend a little effort. As for the girl, he wanted her to see with her own eyes that all the things she protected disappeared in his hands. He wanted her to see the day when he became the real ruler of the 6 realms. He would break all of her wings and make her blossom beneath him. When the streets of Ming City began to shake, the crystal ball in front of Shen Yinma began to tremble as well. The image was distorted, and the colors were almost indistinguishable. Hey! Little Yinma could not help but pat the crystal ball, trying to capture the image inside again. The crystal ball did not disappoint him. After a while, the image finally stabilized. Little Yinma hurriedly looked at the crystal ball again, but it was as if he had been hit in the face. He was so shocked that he could not make a sound. The street was still the same, and the shops on both sides of the street were still standing there. Even the blood-red coffin was still there, but the person was gone. Not only was he unable to see his mother again, even those noisy commoners, the majestic King Yama, the mischievous children, all of them had disappeared without a trace. Little Yinma did not give up. He tried to move the image around, but it was empty as far as the eye could see. There was not even a shadow in sight. What's going on? Even if the wind blew, it would not be so clean. Little Yinma was stunned for a moment. He could not help but turn around and say, "Hey, Lord Lotus, look at this." He was about to ask her to look at what was going on, but he swallowed his words halfway. His pair of big eyes were wide open. "You? Who are you?" Chapter 22:32. The child who looked similar to him was no longer behind him. Instead, there was a young man in white who was meditating. The young man looked like he was about 12 or 13 years old. His silver hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows were beautiful. He looked elegant, as if he was carved out of ice. He was beautiful yet cold. There were faint layers of white light surrounding his body. The young man seemed to be awakened by little Yinma's voice. He slowly opened his eyes. His pair of deep blue eyes were like an ice lake. They looked straight into little Yinma's big eyes. The young man saw his own reflection in Yinma's clear eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Yinma. His voice was no longer a child's voice. It was the cool and magnetic voice of a young man before he changed his voice. You. Little Yinma was so shocked that he could not speak. You are. The young man's appearance was very similar to his father. However, little Yinma's impression of his father was that of an adult. Although the young man's appearance was also extremely beautiful, there was a kind of neutral, childlike innocence. The scene was too strange. Little Yinma could not react for a moment. After a while, he finally said, Are you my brother?" The young man originally reached out his hand to pat his big head, but he was stunned by his words. His fingers gently pressed on little Nianma's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Nianma, I am your father." "Father." Little Nianma was stunned. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was so wide that it seemed like an egg could be stuffed into it. The young man was naturally Shun Juli, who had succeeded in his cultivation again. He raised his arm and hugged his son in his arms. He used his hand to close his little mouth. "All right, kid, what did you see? What do you want me to see?" As he said that, he looked into the crystal ball and saw an empty street. His expression changed slightly. "What is going on?" Little Nianma's mind was buzzing. He felt like he was struck by lightning. He could not react for a moment. At this time, he subconsciously said, "I don't know." Just now, in the crystal ball, there was a sudden four-colored fog on the street. Then, the image shook like an earthquake. When it stopped, there was no one in it. He was almost mechanically stating the facts. In the end, he finally got some feeling. Is my mother okay? Where is she? You." He found it hard to say the word father. Shun Juli stood up and patted little Nianma's head. "Nianma, wait here obediently. I'll go save your mother." With a flash of white light, Shun Juli's figure disappeared from the crystal cave. Little Nianma remained silent. He stood there in a daze, his mind still blank. The sudden ecstasy and bewilderment left him in a daze. It took him a while to react. His brain finally started working again. Father? This person was his father. His father was not dead. Or was Venerable Lotus joking with him? However, this Venerable Lotus really smelled like father. Now that he had grown bigger, his appearance was also very similar. And the way he talked to him was really no different from when he was teaching him in the Fanteon Palace. "Father is back. Father is back. Father is back. Father is back." This good news flooded his mind like crazy, from the initial disbelief to the final joy. Chapter 2233. The Heavenly Lost Stone had been watching silently. It was shocked when Shun Juli suddenly left, but also knew that once the Divine Lord decided to do something, no one could stop him. Therefore, it could only let him go. Before Shun Juli left, he reminded the Heavenly Lost Stone, "Take good care of my son. Do not let any accident happen to him." Then he disappeared into the ground in a blink of an eye, leaving the Heavenly Lost Stone there in a mess. It was the Heavenly Law, the Heavenly Law. What a high and mighty status. He actually treated it like an old mother. It even took care of his child. At first, the Heavenly Lost Stone wanted to crazily refresh the crystal, but it suddenly stopped when it saw the expression on little Nianma's face. Little Nianma was in a daze at first. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. Then, he seemed to have realized something. His little face turned red and white, and his pair of big eyes began to fill with tears. His facial expression was as if he was crying and laughing at the same time. He seemed to be very happy, but also very sad. He stood there stupidly and murmured, "Father? Is it really father? I am not dreaming, am I?" He raised his hand and pinched his fleshy calf. Ouch! Then he opened his mouth and laughed foolishly. "It is not a dream. And I'm not dreaming." The Heavenly Lost Stone was a little worried. Was a child so happy that he became silly? Shun Juli's impact on his son was indeed too big, and the child was still too young. When the Heavenly Lost Stone was thinking about this, little Nianma had already cheered and jumped down from the lotus platform. He was jumping and jumping there. "Father! Father is back! Ha ha! Father's actually back!" He was like a little fool running in circles there, as if his heart was about to explode with joy. In a moment of carelessness, his body bumped into a crystal, and he fell on but the Heavenly Lost Stone was afraid that he would really hurt his tender skin, so it quickly helped him up. After little Nianma jumped up, he suddenly rushed to the crystal cave wall and hit his little hands desperately. Let me out, let me out. Nianma wants to go with father to save mother." The Heavenly Lost Stone felt that it was in trouble. An overwhelming amount of greenery rushed over. The vegetation here was growing like crazy. The trees had grown into towering heights. The small grass that was originally a foot long had grown to the height of a small tree. The leaves were wide and large, cutting people like saws. Although this was a grassland, it was a grassland that had grown wildly. Not only were the plants here different from ordinary plants, they were exceptionally wide. Even the various animals that roamed the grassland were strangely tall. Centipedes that were more than 10 feet long could swim out of the bushes, and mantises that were 3 feet long could also jump out of the bushes, brandishing their sickles. A rabbit the size of a leopard could also jump out. Its pair of red eyes and fangs shone frighteningly under the sunlight. All in all, everything here was super large. As people walked through it, they almost suspected that they had been shrunk because anything that popped out was bigger than a person, and they were all attacking people. There was no path on the grassland. They had to rely on Ning, Xiuma, and a few other netherworld generals to clear the way. The commoners walked to the center, although there were guards on both sides. After all, there were more commoners than soldiers. Moreover, they were scattered, so they could not take care of everyone. From time to time, various kinds of ferocious beasts rushed out of the bushes and dragged people out. Screams and screams could be heard from the team from time to time. However, no one dared to stop. Everyone was running forward with all their might. No one dared to fall behind. Falling behind only meant one thing: death. Chapter 2234. Because there were too many ferocious beasts hiding in the bushes on both sides, once the troops stopped, it would be an absolute massacre. The weapons in the hands of the netherworld soldiers and generals never stopped. They kept running and fighting with all kinds of ferocious beasts that came out. Blood dyed the clothes of those generals red, and dyed their eyes red. In front and behind them, countless ferocious beast corpses fell. Fortunately, this path was not considered long. When the super-huge cave appeared in front of them, everyone cheered. The Demon Master said that the cave was safe. As long as they entered the cave, they could take a breather. Almost everyone stared at the red-clothed Demon Master who was opening the path in front. He was their only hope to get out alive this time. Ning Xiuma's heart sank slightly. She had a premonition that things were not good. She had already come to this grassland twice. In less than 2 hours, the grassland had already changed greatly. The grass was taller, and the beasts were fiercer. If she had not arranged the people of the underworld to advance in a formation, she was afraid that more than half of them would have died on this grassland. Even so, they had lost 300 to 400 people along the way. This was already the lowest number of casualties. The situation of the grassland had changed. She did not know if there were any changes in the cave. She waved her hand and made the troops behind her stop temporarily. She flew into the cave, wanting to check the situation first. But she quickly retreated. A fishy wind blew in the cave, and a green-black huge creature came out from inside. It was a huge python with a long horn on its head. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its lantern-like vertical pupils were even taller than a person. It lay there, blocking the entrance of the cave completely. There was a person standing on top of the python's head. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his features were elegant. There was a smile on his lips. "Little Xiuma, we meet again." Luo Jiuchen. He actually appeared again and blocked everyone's escape route. Everyone finally saw hope, and now this person suddenly appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to stop them from entering the cave. Everyone clenched their fists, and their teeth were itching with hatred. All kinds of ferocious beasts had already popped their heads out from the bushes behind them, rushing over like a tide. It was obvious that they wanted to treat this group of people as food. Everyone's face changed color. The Nether King's eyes stared at the python. Suddenly, he shouted with a trembling voice, "Why?" The python's red pupils slightly trembled, and it looked at the Nether King. Why are you here?" Luo Jiuchen was Luo Jiuchen's mount. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know that the Hades clan's original body was a python. Was this big black python the substitute Hades King? Was he also controlled by Luo Jiuchen? She looked at the python and saw that its eyes weren't cloudy. It was obvious that it had intelligence. Luin Hua's Luo, Huaz's Luo, Huaz's. He's Huaz. The Nether the King's Nether King's Huaz. Of Nea Hua. Of the Hun and the Nev, Huns? NEA of the were was luo hua. Luo nedli luanit. Of the was of them. Not only did the Nether King's eyes turn red, but the eyes of all the generals of the underworld also turned red. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Luo Jiochen's actions were like taking a dump in the sky of the underworld. He didn't put the entire underworld in his eyes. Chapter 22:35. The big python froze from his kick and did not move for a while. Speak. Luo Jiochen kicked the python again. This time, he seemed to have kicked an important part of the python. The python tensed up and finally said in a muffled voice, "Father, you don't have to care. I did volunteer to become Lord Luo's mount, the Netherworld King. All the Netherworld generals, they felt like they had been slapped in the face. Everyone's faces were burning. The Netherworld King clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Little bastard, the Netherworld King scolded. You are so useless. I will treat it as if I don't have a son like you. The python lowered its eyes slightly, but Luo Jiochin laughed loudly. His laughter was clear and melodious. Nether King, it's his fortune to be able to be my mount. The Netherworld King said angrily. You must have used some method to coerce him. Luo Jiochin opened his folding fan and said casually, You think your son was coerced? If I told you that your son was willing to cooperate with me, and that he even contributed greatly to this operation, would you believe me? The Netherworld King, he gritted his teeth. Nonsense. Why would Huar scheme against her own people? Luo Jiochin shook his head and sighed. Even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe me. He curled his lips into a smile and kicked the python beneath him with the tip of his foot. Why don't you say it yourself? Now that the truth had been exposed, the python closed its eyes and finally opened its mouth. Father, I did participate in a large part of this operation. I sent some people to assist you. The Hell King's face paled. Actually, when he saw the assassins crushed to death by Ning Xuema's coffin and the spies caught by Ning Xuema, he had some suspicions. One of them looked like Hua, Er's guard. He just didn't dare to believe it. Even if he recognized him, he didn't expose him. He wanted to go back to the Netherworld Palace and talk to his son. He didn't expect that. Why did you do this? The Netherworld King's voice trembled. He didn't know if he was angry or disappointed. The python seemed to have made up its mind. I just don't want to be a powerless crown prince anymore. Ever since Imperial Father came back, those soldiers and subjects no longer listened to me. The Netherworld King, it turned out to be an old drama of father and son fighting for power. That son despised his father for being too old to succeed him. So he colluded with outsiders at this moment. The back of the group had already been attacked by all kinds of ferocious beasts, and some of them were panicking. Ning Xuema was prepared in advance. She had already ordered the people to quickly form a circular formation. The warriors were at the outermost circle and then set up a defensive barrier around them. Her psyche power was combined with the psyche power of the generals, so her defense was not weak. Therefore, the continuous attacks of the beasts were not effective for the time being. However, after all, the people had been running around for such a long time. They were all tired and impatient. The number of ferocious beasts was large, and their attacks were fierce. After a while, the generals who were supporting the barrier began to feel the strain. If this continued, the barrier would break in less than an hour. Then, these 6,000 to 7,000 people would become a delicious meal for the ferocious beasts. The Netherworld King was obviously aware of this danger. He took a light breath and looked at Luo Jiochin. Supremacy Luo, the Netherworld realm has no enmity with you. Why do you have to force us? Chapter 22:36. Luo Jiochin narrowed his eyes and smiled. His smile was still as bright as before. Netherworld King, you are the master of a world. How can you be so naive? You should understand that sometimes there is no enmity between us. The Netherworld King gritted his teeth. Then what do you want? Luo Jiochin tapped his fan against his palm. This is none of my business. You can ask your precious son what he wants. The Nether King and his subjects were stunned. Everyone turned to look at the giant python. Now that things had developed to this point, the python finally made up his mind and put forward his conditions. If they wanted to live, They had to go to his side, recognize him as their master, and follow him. Although the python's voice was muffled, the conditions it offered were tempting enough. As long as they followed him, recognized him as the new Netherworld king, and became his subordinates, he would be responsible for sending them out of this strange place and let them go home. Even the old Netherworld king was the same. After he came over, even if he handed over his power, he would take care of the old Netherworld king on account of their father-son relationship. These conditions were undoubtedly very tempting for the thousands of people who were fighting for their lives on the tip of a knife. Luo Jiuchen stood high up on the python's head, smiling as he looked at the dense crowd in front of him. He believed that once this condition was put out, at least 4/5 of the people here would join his camp. No one was not afraid of death, not to mention that the majority of this group of people were commoners. The smile on his lips was perfect. His eyes fell on Ning Xiumo, waiting for the moment when she was betrayed by everyone. After all, these people of the Netherworld realm were not her subordinates. They would not risk their lives for her. Maybe they would betray him and stand on his side, leaving Ning Xiumo to become a true loner. He wanted this girl to taste the feeling of being abandoned. Only when she suffered a fatal setback would she understand the situation and truly fall into his arms. However, after waiting for a moment, the smile on his face froze in the wind. There were 6,000 to 7,000 people here, but only a few dozen people walked over in fear. The others stood silently in their original spots, with no intention of moving at all. Forget about the Netherworld king and those old generals who were loyal to the Netherworld king. But what about the soldiers and the common people? Do they take the wrong medicine? Don't know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages? Not only did Luo Jiuchen's expression turn ugly, but the python also felt that it had lost all face. It glared at them with its pair of vertical pupils. I'll give you a moment more. If you don't come over, this king will no longer care about your lives. Marshal Lung finally couldn't help but spit. I'd rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. I won't accept a person who is willing to be someone's mount as my master. The others also looked at the python coldly. Obviously, they had the same idea as Marshal Lung. Moreover, they had gone through thick and thin with the Devil Master for so long, so they already understood her personality. They would rather follow her and risk their lives than follow a mount leader and become subservient from then on. Luo Jiuchen stroked his fan and chuckled. Good, good. He had a backbone. I hope he will continue to be so unyielding. He patted the python's head with his fan and said, Let's go. Take these people who are willing to follow you. He glanced at the few dozen people around him, smiled, and did not say anything else. Chapter 22:37. The python snorted, turned around, and crawled into the cave. The dozens of people looked at each other and hurriedly followed. It was better to live than to die. They were just ordinary people, and they just wanted to go home. Luo Jiuchen's voice came from the cave. If you follow me into this cave, it means that you have joined my camp. I will not treat you badly. I will wait for you here. Everyone looked at each other. This cave was the only way they could survive. If they stayed outside for a long time, the wizardry barrier would break, and they would not be able to resist the tide of beasts. Devil Master, what should we do next? The Netherworld King did not know what to do. He was relieved that his people did not betray him, and he felt a heavy responsibility. Even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to protect his people. But now, they could not find another safe place, and the wizardry barrier could not hold on any longer. Ning Xiuma looked at her surroundings before suddenly walking towards the pitch-black cave entrance. The old Netherworld King was shocked. Devil Master, we can't go in there. Otherwise, we will be considered to have joined their camp. Ning Xiuma looked at him with a faint smile. Your Majesty, why are you not willing to join his camp? After all, if you followed him, you might be safe now. The old Netherworld King took a deep breath and said, Although I am slow-witted, I can still distinguish between right and wrong. This High Lord has an evil heart. Even if I die, I will not submit to him and let my people become the slaves of an evil person. The others also said that this Lord was too evil. He actually used their children to practice evil skills. They would rather die than be associated with such a person. Some people even said that they would rather suffer with the Devil Master than be Luo Jiuchen's lackey in order to survive. In ancient times, it was difficult to win people's hearts. Ning Xiuma had only been with these people for half a day, but she had already won their trust. The trust that was built up through trials and tribulations was the most unbreakable. This kind of trust could not be suppressed by violent means. Ning Xiuma felt warm in her heart. She said slowly, "Thank you for your trust in me. I will do my best to let you go home safely." A promise was heavier than 1,000 caddies. The Nether King bowed deeply to Ning Xiuma and said, "My lord, from now on, the underworld will follow your orders." Previously, he had thought that this little devil master only had the courage of a fool. But after today's real contact, he discovered that this little devil master was truly brave and resourceful. Moreover, although she was a devil, she was able to stick to her bottom line and would not do anything that was too out of line. Being compassionate at all times. Only such a person deserves to be the master of the 6 realms. Ning Xiuma naturally understood what he meant. She knew that he wanted her to take the position of the master of the 6 realms. The image of Shun Jiuli flashed through his mind, and his heart suddenly ached. If he was still alive, if he was still by her side, why would she need to risk her life like this? However, no matter what, she would never take the position of master of the 6 realms. If she really took that position in the future and replaced him, perhaps he really wouldn't be able to return. She would not allow anyone but him to sit on that seat. As long as that seat was there was hope for him to come back. She didn't want to lose even this little bit of hope. She thought of the light that suddenly appeared to help her throw the person into the blood coffin. It was so similar to him. So similar to him. So similar to him. Chapter 2238. But it wasn't him after all. Otherwise, why didn't he appear in front of her when he was here? She was in a daze for a while. She didn't wake up until Pluto called her. Looking at Pluto's suspicious eyes, she coughed and shook her head. She shook off all the messy thoughts in her mind. Only Shun Jiuli's matter could make her distracted at such a tense time. She calmed down and continued to walk towards the cave. Devil Lord. Pluto was confused. Ning Xiuma raised her hand and touched the wizardry barrier at the entrance of the cave. She smiled faintly. This cave doesn't belong to him. Can he enter it? We can't enter it. It doesn't make sense. Let's just take this cave. When Luo Jiuchen appeared just now, she thought it would be a fierce battle. She didn't expect him to ride the black python into the cave so easily. This was not normal. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Maybe Luo Jiuchen was also injured. His kung fu was not as high as she thought. Maybe this was an opportunity. She had to seize it. When the Nether King and the others heard her words, it was as if they were suddenly enlightened. They were instantly enlightened. Yes, this cave did not belong to Luo Jiuchen. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Whoever has the harder fist will be qualified to occupy this cave. Maybe they were not Luo Jiuchen's opponents. Maybe they would die in his hands. But now, if they just waited outside, they would also die. They would die anyway, so they might as well fight. Everyone's eyes lit up. They were like wolves. Luo Jiuchen set up a wizardry barrier at the entrance of the cave. As soon as Ning Xiuma's fingers touched it, she heard the spell that could unlock the barrier. As long as she pressed her hand on the barrier and shouted 3 times, "I am willing to follow the Lord," the barrier would let the person who shouted in. Ning Xiuma used her hand to touch the barrier. The corner of her lips curled up as she beckoned to the underworld generals. The generals came over to listen to her orders. Press your hands on the barrier and shout, "Luo Jiuchen, you bastard," 3 times and the barrier will open. Although the generals felt that the chant to break the barrier was too strange, they now had complete trust in Ning Xiuma. Naturally, they would chant whatever Ning Xiuma told them to. Therefore, the moment they placed their hands on the barrier, they shouted loudly, "Luo Jiuchen, you bastard." These people all had loud voices. Once they shouted, their voices could be heard from 10 miles away. What's more, 7 or 8 people shouted at the same time. That sound was enough to split rocks and pierce through clouds. However, it was only after they shouted that they realized that when their hands touched the enchantment, The chance to break the enchantment rang in their ears. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, Ning Xiuma made her move. After making a few complicated hand gestures, a red light struck the barrier. The barrier almost broke with the shouts of the men. Everyone was stunned. Ning Xiuma made a funny face. She jumped up and took the lead to rush into the cave. The Netherworld King didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Devil Master was sometimes a little childish, but he was very likable. With this Devil Master leading the way, what else was there to be afraid of? They all followed behind and rushed into the cave. They didn't know what was strange around the cave. The ferocious beasts that were originally chasing after them retreated when they got close to the cave. Some of them couldn't bear to give up the delicious food that was about to enter their mouths, so they followed a few more steps. They didn't expect that these few steps would reveal their true colors. Chapter 2239. The rabbit that was as big as a leopard and the vole that was as big as a wild boar actually returned to their normal size in an instant and were killed by a few strong men. The cave was very deep, and the Nether King thought that he would be able to meet Luo Jiuchen here. However, he didn't expect that after walking in, he wouldn't find any trace of Luo Jiuchen and his unfilial son. Even the dozens of people who had followed Luo Jiuchen were nowhere to be seen. The Nether King didn't know if he was disappointed or relieved. This cave was very wide, and even with so many people inside, it wasn't crowded at all. Instead, it was very spacious. Ning Xiuma walked around the cave and looked into the depths of the cave. She said in a low voice, "They have already left." The danger had temporarily disappeared, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After running for so long, everyone was exhausted. The Nether King ordered everyone to sit down and rest. Everyone was eager to hear this order, and they sat down on the ground in a mess. Ning Xiuma sat together with the Nether King and a group of high-ranking generals to discuss the next step. The result of the discussion was that Ning Xiuma and a few high-ranking generals would go to the front to find a way to escape, while the others would rest and wait here. This was undoubtedly the best plan at the moment. It was very dangerous to bring a large group of people with them. After all, there were many ordinary people here, and there were thousands of children. Not only would it slow down the journey, but would also be more dangerous and cause more casualties. However, this place was relatively safe. With a few hundred soldiers protecting them, there would be less danger. Some of the people in Nether City suddenly realized that the most prosperous and lively street in the city had suddenly disappeared. The place that was supposed to be the street had become somewhere else. Those people who were far away from this street wanted to come here to watch the show, but they couldn't find this street anymore. A street could actually disappear. Those people were a little flustered and didn't understand what had happened. They were wandering around to search when a white light suddenly flashed in the crowd, and a white-robed youth appeared out of thin air. This youth wasn't tall, and his face was young. He looked to be about 12 or 13 years old, but his face was shockingly beautiful. There were many handsome men in the Netherworld, but compared to this youth, they were like dirt and pearls. This youth had clearly appeared silently, but the moment he appeared, he was like a ball of moonlight that attracted everyone's attention. This young man was naturally Shanjuli. Originally, he had wanted to wait until he had fully recovered before coming to see Ning Xiuma and fiercely pulling her into his arms to protect her. However, this sudden change forced him to give up on this plan. After recovering less than a third of his power, he came out. His positioning was very accurate. The place where he appeared should be at that street, but after landing, he found that it was far from the case. He had indeed landed on a street, but it wasn't a street with jade stones. The moment he appeared, he was surrounded by a circle of people. Shanjuli had always been surrounded by onlookers in his life, so he didn't care about the gazes of the onlookers at all. After walking half a circle on the street, he understood what was going on. Someone had used a spell to hide the street. In other words, it was blocked. Normal people would never be able to find that place again. Shanjuli pursed his lips slightly. He was naturally not a normal person. This kind of camouflage could not stop him. Thus, the citizens who were secretly watching saw a rather strange scene. Chapter 2240. That unbelievably beautiful young man in white made a hand gesture on the street and then disappeared into thin air. Disappeared. The curtains were fluttering in the wind, and the dust on the street was dancing in the wind. Cheap rouge, face powder, and all kinds of sundry goods filled the entire street. The wonton stall was still steaming, and the hot water in the pot was still boiling. This used to be the busiest street in Nether City. At night, the street would be crowded with people, both rich and poor. They all liked to wander back and forth on this street. There might not be many things here, but there were definitely many people. But now this street was suddenly empty. All the goods were still there, all the shops were still there, but there were no people. The wind blew from one end of the street to the other, and it was eerily desolate. Nether City was huge, and there were hundreds of thousands of people in the city. Although this street was not long, there were usually 10 to 20,000 people moving around here. Now, all these people were gone. Silence. The street was eerily quiet, and no other sound could be heard. Julie finally appeared on the street that had disappeared. He appeared near the shop that sold the white jade doll. The shop had collapsed, and there was only a pile of broken bricks and wood. The blood coffin was not far from the shop, and the lid of the coffin was still open. There were some blood stains at the bottom of the coffin. He stood in front of the coffin, and his fingers bent slightly to form a seal. A white light was emitted, and it went around the blood coffin. After a moment, he stopped and shook his head slightly. The souls of the people who fell into the blood coffin disappeared. His original plan of capturing a soul to interrogate had failed. He looked around, and his heart sank. Qian Kuan teleportation technique. And a misty chain soul-stealing array. That meant that someone had used the Qian Kuan teleportation technique to move all the people on this street into the misty chain soul-stealing array. No matter if it was setting up such a big array or using the Qian Kuan teleportation technique, it required a very high level of technique. And in the 6 realms, there were only 2 people who could use this technique. One was himself, and the other was Luo Jiuchen. Excluding himself, there was only one person who set up such a harmful array here, Luo Jiuchen. All of this was caused by this person. It seemed like he had been hiding in the crowd all this time. And then at the most critical moment, he activated the array formation and brought everyone in the street in. Who would have thought that after not seeing each other for tens of thousands of years, Luo Jiuchen had become so proficient in array formations? He was actually able to create such a complicated extermination array here. This was an extremely sinister and evil array. It could absorb the souls of all the people inside the array, causing them to be completely annihilated without leaving a corpse behind. Entering this array was equivalent to stepping on the steps of the Yama Palace. It was extremely difficult to turn back. Unless this array was completely destroyed, or the person who set up the array was merciful and automatically released the people trapped inside, there was no way to save them. If he wanted to break this array, he could only find the core of the array inside and break it. There was nothing he could do outside the array. What was worse was that once the person who set up the array came out, he could activate all the mechanisms in the array from outside, causing all the mechanisms in the array to explode at once. At that time, it would be a great purgatory inside, and no one would be able to find a safe place. They could only wait inside to be completely swallowed up by the array, and their souls would be condensed by the person who set up the array, becoming the source of an evil technique. Julie was an expert in setting up arrays, so he naturally knew the dangers of this array.